in the Man of War. Charlie Appleby's dominated American turf scene since bringing horses to the U.S. He'll try to continue his reign with Warren Point, who makes his U.S. debut after coming up just short in a Group 1 overseas. Brad Cox continues to unveil more talented 3-year-olds. He's already hoisted the Belmont Trophy with a win a couple of years ago. Is lightly raced but undefeated Bishop's Bay his next Belmont contender. He puts his perfect record on the line in today's Belmont audition in the Peter Pan. It's batter up for a spot in the Belmont Stakes. All that and more ahead on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races and our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net. Today, our ABR Race of the Week, the Grade 1 Man of War. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. We look forward to bringing you coverage of that. That's race 5 on today's card. Mile and 3/8 on the turf, and that is where we'll see Warren Point for Charlie Appleby and see if he can continue his domination on the U.S. turf scene. Look at the field that's going to line up against him. Some old, familiar faces we've come to know very well on this circuit. 9-year-old Red Knights, 9-year-old Channel Maker. Both have had some incredible moments in their careers and have showed very recently they still have more to give. So we look forward to that coming up at 3:07 Eastern time, an early Grade 1 on the card. With me, Acacia Clement, Richard Migliore. He's won a couple of Man of Wars in his career. Who was the main contenders to Warren Point today?
Well, you do have some of the old ageless wonders, so to speak. As you touched on, Greg, I think we're going to see a better performance from the likes of Channel Maker, who actually won this race back in 2019. Verstappen, though, is kind of the now horse after that big win in the Elkhorn, and trainer Brendan Walsh has been having a great run recently. Of course, winning last week's Kentucky Oaks with Pretty Mischievous.
I like a horse named Soldier Rising. I mean, I know he doesn't like to pass horses. He's, likes to kind of run with them. But I think he's going to get a good setup. I mean, I don't really see them beating Warren Point. But if anybody's going to, I think Soldier Rising. And for a horse that doesn't always want to pass horses, you get a good horse that you have to run to catch. If they stub their toe late, that's how you pick them up. And Soldier Rising's very honest. He shows up, and I know it's a horse you're very fond of.
He's kind of like the barn pet. You can cuddle him in the stall. He's a super cool horse to be around. And
we were talking about this off air a little bit before we came on. In terms of Charlie Appleby, we all know how dominant he's been, but Warren Point doesn't kind of fit the traditional mold of horses he brings here. Are so dominant, so good. Maybe not the best of the best for him. Yeah, it's interesting. He kind of took a little while to get into a groove and to be stepping into group competition. We saw him win in Bahrain with a big purse, and then last time in the Group 1 Amir Trophy in Doha in Qatar. And I thought it was interesting. If you watch this race, and if you watch it on YouTube, you can even see the load. They load him with a blanket, with a blindfold. He seems like a bit of a quirky type of horse. Of course, that's some tools that Charlie Appleby has employed in the past, and we've even seen with horses he's brought here to the States, Richie, but he just never looked settled to me in the running of that race. And they said he had some traffic trouble, got out late, but couldn't catch Russian Emperor. Well, it's something to keep an eye on, certainly how he's taking to everything here at beautiful Belmont Park, and that blanket works so well. Just insane what he has done since he came here a couple of years ago. Really, the coming out party for Charlie Appleby and announcing his presence was in that Just a Game, and then the Diana later that summer with Alfica, winning those Grade 1s. Ever since, it just kept on rolling. 52% with foreign shippers in Grade 1s in the last 2 years. It's just insane. It really is. And I do think it's an interesting point, too. We saw him successful last week in the Fort Marcy with Ottoman Fleet. Warren Point shipped with that horse and has actually had the chance to work over the Belmont turf course here. Went 1 minute and 4 for a work on May 7th over the Belmont turf course, which I think is pretty key, the fact that he's been able to acclimate here, too. You can play all the action today, including a pick 6 carryover. 51,000 plus on today's card by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer for new members. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code. Match 200 at sign-up at nairabets.com. Following the Man of War, it's that Belmont Stakes audition. Winner likely moving on to the Belmont Stakes Grade 3 Peter Pan. Some new faces we could potentially see in the Triple Crown. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more as we take a look at the field there. I'll get back to her in a moment. There is going to be Slip Mahoney going to run somewhere else, but Brad Cox still bringing Bishop's Bay very lightly raced, won sprinting first time out, stretch out to a mile 70 at Fairgrounds, start number 2, and brings in that 2-for-2 record.
And it's interesting, I saw a quote from trainer Brad Cox who said he still feels like this horse needs to develop mentally a little bit. He said last time he kind of hit the lead, then got lost a little bit. And you see he's won his 2 races by pretty slim margins. Obviously a horse that's still developing, and that's kind of what you'll see in the Peter Pan, maybe some horses that didn't get on track to make the Derby.
Yeah, and you love his draw. He's outside, long run down the back. There's basically 5 furlongs to the far turn straight away. And I think the Peter Pan has become an important Belmont prep because a 1.1 miles at Belmont, 1 turn, is an extremely demanding difference. You look at the way a 2-turn 1.1 miles is run, they jump out and the race moderates into the first turn. A 1.1 miles around 1 turn, they pick it up as they go, and you'll see fast fractions. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean a horse is going to get the other 3 furlongs of the 1.5 miles, but it's a demanding 1.1 miles here at Belmont.
Take a look at Bishop's Bay. This was start number 2, that stretch out to a mile and 70 yards and winning by a neck with a little bit of trouble in this race.
He actually beat First Mission on debut, another Brad Cox runner who won the Lexington and is pointing towards the Preakness Stakes. But Bishop's Bay, he's handled everything that's been asked of him so far. And I think this is kind of what Brad Cox is talking about at this point, just kind of waiting a little bit, Richie.
Yeah, and you saw, especially his inside ear went up. Think about a horse's ears like radar, right? When their ears are flat back against their head, they're determined, they're focused. When their ears come up, they're checking things out. And it looked like when that company joined him from the outside, he reasserted himself.
Really, his only 2 starts, he's shown that grit, that fight down the stretch. So he's had to battle a little bit. So lightly raced, but in some ways you can say a little battle tested at least.
Looks pretty relaxed on the backside here at Belmont, though.
Playing with his tongue, a big yawn. Look at, I tell you what, he's smart. Look at the way he's looking at the camera. What a clear eye. What a really intelligent looking horse.
I love those stall shots.
Time for his close-up. He gets it right there. Will he get it later in the winner's circle? We will find out in the Peter Pan. We look forward to it. Of course, the Belmont Stakes, for the first time ever this year, will be seen live on Network Fox. We can't wait. Saturday, June 10th, Test of the Champion. Will we have a Triple Crown on the line? We're going to find out a week from today in Baltimore in the Preakness Stakes. We're about to kick off this card this afternoon. A pick 5 begins here in the opener. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. Happy Saturday, JK.
Wolfie, yeah, it's a nice little start to the pick 5. You got some important races in this early pick 5, including the Grade 1 Man of War. I want to talk a little bit about the Man of War and the Peter Pan. They both have pretty nice favorites in here, and I wanted to talk about which one I thought was the most vulnerable. I think it's in the Peter Pan. I think Bishop's Bay, although he could be an extremely talented horse, I love the fact that he's drawn. I think where he's drawn towards the outside, I think it's important to note that Archangelo, if you look at, depending on what figures you look at, I love Timeform US, Archangelo's actually run a faster race than Bishop's Bay has run. Now, it's only one race to kind of judge. To talk about vulnerability, if Archangelo shows up, I would think that Bishop's Bay could have a little bit of a race on his hands as they turn for home in that Peter Pan. And as far as Warren Point is concerned, look, I don't think that this is a modern games, Rebels romance type of monster for Charlie Appleby to bring over to the U.S., but he's also not facing an overly tough group of American horses. So while I think both of them are very likely winners, I would say that Bishop's Bay probably the most vulnerable.
All right, we look forward to it. We'll have that coming up in our program later. We'll have that prep for the Belmont Stakes and the Peter Pan. But first things first, we'll get to the start of this card on this Saturday afternoon, which will kick off this early pick 5. Let's head over to Churchill Downs. Mile and 16th, 50 maiden claimer that will kick off their Saturday afternoon card. We'll have more on that one coming up when we return from this short timeout. Stay with us.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. Getting set for the opener both at Belmont Park and at Churchill Downs. Look at today's action presented by Claiborne. Races 1 through 6, including the Grade 1 Man of War, our ABR race of the week, mile and 3/8 on the grass. And the Grade 3 Peter Pan, with the winner likely moving on to that Belmont Stakes. Pick 6 carryover of over $51,000 as well, beginning in that Peter Pan in race 6. First at Churchill, 50 maiden claiming route race, mile and a 16th. And 3 of them, the 1, 2, the 6 on the board between 2-1 and 3-1 right now.
Pretty wide open board, and I think that's in large part because you have a few horses dropping, some horses that have been at this level already, and there's just not much form to sink your teeth into. I know that you two, though, have a major hunch bet with Isabella Bella.
Yeah, my granddaughter's Isabella, your daughter's Isabella Bella. Come on.
We got to go all in here, don't we? Here's the 1, La Village Lumiere for Nacho Correas.
This one was third last time out in a comparable level at Keeneland. At a big price, you're going to get a shorter price on him today, though.
Wits and Wagers, Rafael Bejarano for Victoria Oliver.
Yeah, first time in for a maiden claiming tag. They've kind of exhausted all their options, tried her on the turf, gets back to dirt. It's got races good enough to be a contender.
Misanalyzed, trained by Larry Jones.
First time dropping down to the maiden 50 level, which is encouraging. Did have some traffic last time, but she's been very big prices and has not done much running.
9-2 next door on Toffee, who comes in from Keeneland last time out.
Yeah, first time off the claim. A couple of decent races on synthetic. Sometimes horses respond in a change of barns. No indictment on former connections. Be interesting to see if she moves up, but she'll have to move up.
Isabella Bella, debut came on the grass. Blinkers go on today.
The hunch bet, but there's a lot of changes going on. She's going from a mile and 3/16 on the turf to the dirt. Dropping in class, blinkers on. She's gotten pretty hot out there, too.
Yeah, I see that sweat there on the shoulder. Graceful Union, Cherie DeVoe, dropping back down to maiden 50, where she ran second at Fairgrounds at that level.
Yeah, she's your favorite, and this is who I like. She's a difficult filly, wants to get a little bit ranked. There's not a lot of speed in here. She's outside. It allows her rider, Christian Torres, who we saw ride so well at Oaklawn all winter, allows him to just kind of play with her into the first turn, drop his hands, and get her more settled, not get into a fight with her.
Post time coming up to kick off this card at Churchill. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Acacia, and thanks, Mig. Happy most of the fans out there as well. 9-race card here at Churchill Downs. Actually, a 10-race card, excuse me. But we do have some fillies in the first race, and I don't want to throw in a triple hunch bet here. But my daughter is Bella Lucia, and I'm showing my age because she graduates high school on June 4th, so as well. So a triple hunch play in Isabella as well, too. I like the 6 here, Graceful Union for Cherie DeVoe. I think this horse could be the speed, and I think Christian Torres will get his first win of this meet.
Congrats, Paulie. Graduation coming up.
That's
she
very
made an appearance at Saratoga a few years ago.
She did.
Can't believe Bella's graduating high school.
I know. It just seems like, you know, she seemed so young when I met her a few years ago, and a beautiful young lady. Congratulations, Paul. And, man, we got Bellas all over the place.
Meanwhile, the favorite here, that's Graceful Union. The class trap looks pretty logical. The fact that she ran that well against maiden 50 at Fairgrounds.
I think what Richie said about how she could potentially be the speed in here and just like Christian Torres, give her head and run away from these.
Yeah, some horses that want to get ranked, once they clear off, they kind of will wait on competition. They don't continue to run through the bot. I think she's so well posted, and I'm usually a guy who likes inside posts in 2-turn races.
First on the card to kick off this Saturday afternoon program at Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Graceful Union from that outside post races for the lead and is in front and heading to the rail for the run of the opening turn. Toffee comes on to grab second. La Village Lumiere toward the inside settles in third. Misanalyzed comes out in fourth. Wits and Wagers is fifth. Isabella Bella at the back in sixth. And up top, it's Graceful Union. Graceful Union coasting along on the lead, leads by a length and a half. Hard on the heels, though, is Toffee. Toffee's not far behind for the backstretch run. They go 1-2. Their opening quarter was 23-3. So backstretch now. Graceful Union shows the way. Toffee is keeping her honest from second. A margin of 4 back to La Village Lumiere, who's third in toward the rail. Misanalyzed moving up into fourth. Wits and Wagers is fifth. And now it's 6 lengths back to Isabella Bella, who's struggling to keep up at this point. The opening half in 47-2. 4 furlongs to go. Graceful Union hits the far turn, still the leader. Toffee still second, still a length behind as they hit the 3/8 pole, and Graceful Union lets it out a notch. Graceful Union rounding the far turn. Toffee's in a drive. Misanalyzed is getting closer from third. La Village Lumiere is fourth, and Wits and Wagers is fifth. They move for the top of the stretch. Graceful Union still in front at the quarter pole. Toffee in a full out drive. Misanalyzed third. Wits and Wagers is coming down the center. They head for the mid-stretch marker. Graceful Union asked to quicken. Toffee still there. Wits and Wagers down the center. Misanalyzed fights on. Graceful Union trying to tough it out. Here comes Wits and Wagers on the far outside, and Toffee between them. Here's the wire, and Wits and Wagers got it. Wits and Wagers runs them all down. Toffee second. Graceful Union settles for third. Misanalyzed was fourth.
Dropping class for Wits and Wagers. Rafael Bejarano, 2.46 finish.
She did lug in a little bit late, Richie, with the right-handed urging, kind of cutting off the 3. Misanalyzed, who I don't think had much steam left. But right here, as you see Rafael Bejarano go with the right-handed urging, Wits and Wagers kind of ducks towards the inside.
Yeah, and she was already showing a little bit of that propensity to shift that way. Rafael, a rider that doesn't switch to his left hand often. And, you know, my thing is when you're going by horses, why take a chance, right? Just stay away from them, continue your run. You know, somebody much smarter than me years ago said, a couple rooms you want to stay out of. Operating room and the courtroom, because you never know which way it's going to go. I think you can add the steward's room as well.
I'll wait and see if inquiry sign goes up here.
It was minor. I don't see it, you know, really being a thing, but why take the chance?
No, Gabriel Saez did try and sell it a little bit.
You're going to sell it. You got to let your bottom bounce off the saddle one time. That's how you sell it.
Yeah, jockey, you got to be strong, got to be smart. You have to be a good actor, too.
Yeah, on the main, you don't have to pull on reins. On the main, make it look like it, and then pop the saddle one time.
Who sold it best when you were riding?
Aside from myself.
Wits and Wagers, the winner in the opener. Churchill Downs. We'll have those prices coming up in a moment. Back to New York. And the man of the hour on Mage, that Kentucky Derby victory. Going to try and keep that Triple Crown dream alive a week from today in Baltimore. Javier Castellano. We'll see him in the opener coming up.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time.
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck,
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot, Surprise Boss,
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage for the Saturday program. You can get involved without risking any of your own money, but compete for real prizes in the process with the Showdown contest. Go to NOW.com/showdown. Punch in your selections. Again, you're competing for real prizes at no cost to you, and you see your name, hopefully, climb that leaderboard for bragging rights at the end of the program. First at Belmont. Coming up in 7 minutes, 6 furlong sprint to begin the card. 16,000 starter allowance race. And we have an even money favorite in the 5, Colonel Bowman for David Jacobson. Comes in from Penn National with a big figure win on a wet track. We start though with a 2, and here's Lost in Rome.
Yeah, Lost in Rome, Katie Davis riding so well. Another nice ride yesterday. Long shot here, but we've seen Katie have horses outrun their odds.
Airport, we've seen run some very big numbers out of town, but it's sort of dipped off of late.
Yeah, seemed to be running his best races in the Mid-Atlantic. Does have some early speed. It's not been as quick lately since coming to New York, though.
See our Kentucky Derby winning jockey. There he is, Javier Castellano, and Ragtime Blues, blinkers off.
Yeah, we saw him talking about that Derby in the paddock, explaining his moves. Definitely a contender here. Horse that's been very popular at the claim box. Takes blinkers off. Interesting for a 6-year-old changing equipment like that.
Colonel Bowman, so here's the even money favorite for David Jacobson.
You have a couple things that contribute to that price. Number one, he's been in terrific form, winning 3 of his last 4 races since he moved to the Jacobson barn. And you've got a Red Ortiz in the saddle.
Reed Kahn for Mercan Cantramasi, and this horse has good quickness early.
I think he's the speed of the speed here. You know, he's got true sprint speed. You get Ruben Silvera, who's not, bashful about allowing a horse to use their speed.
8-year-old, and he loves Belmont. He's 4 for 6 here. Al Cool's 11-1 for Eduardo Jones.
He does have races on the go back. He's a 6-year-old now. Let's see if he can get back to them. I do think the cutback in distance should suit him.
And Silly Key, the last time we saw him actually on a fast track, it was against a lot better allowance optional 62. Amundsen, Happy Farm were in that race, and he hit the board.
Yeah, much tougher group. I like his post, Silly Key. I think he gets in a good spot with Manny Franco making his first start for Pat Reynolds off the claim.
9-2 from that outside post. We're 5 minutes from the opener. Let's check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale.
Wow, Greg, I don't think you were supposed to throw to me there, but we'll start with the 5, Colonel Bowman, as he is your heavy favorite. I don't see any reason not to like this horse. I was trying to gather my thoughts to watch these horses warm up first, but I do like what I'm seeing from Colonel Bowman. I mean, he's just framing himself up very, very nicely and moving well, carrying great flash and conditioning. And, you know, you go back and maybe you question, what has he faced out of town? But they're not great, but he's not facing any killers here. Yeah, there's some tried and true veterans of the game, but he's just touting himself as a horse who, as his form would suggest, is doing exceptionally well. Next, guys, we'll move on to number 4, to his inside, Ragtime Blues. Gustavo Rodriguez takes over training on this one. Now, he's one that whoever has him, and a lot of people have had their hands on him, he always looks good. He's always incredibly well muscled, but they take the blinkers off for the first time in a long time with this guy. And, you know, last time I thought he was just with the track and he just kind of ran evenly. He didn't really, you know, he just kind of just ran in place. And sometimes when you take the blinkers off, that allows these horses to see and to make them a little bit more competitive, make them want to run a little bit more forward. It's kind of that element of surprise. Now, Silly Key, I wish I could like him here. He looks great, as he typically does, but boy, he's gotten in such a bad habit of dropping himself way out of contention. He breaks fine, and then he just out the back door. But Manny Franco is a bit more aggressive, as Richie was kind of alluding to, than his previous rider. I don't know if I can trust him, but I do think this is an easier spot than what he has faced in recent memory, and he looks fine, but we'll see. I really think Colonel Bowman will be tough.
Public agrees, even money on Colonel Bowman, but we'll see if that out-of-town form transfers here to New York.
Colonel Bowman, yeah, that's the question with him. And plus, as we've often talked about, with the presence of Irad Ortiz, you're going to have a horse that's going to be a shorter price than ever. And look, this horse is in great form. It was a very wet track at Penn last time out. And looks like this is Oaklawn, because it was raining at Penn last time out. So this is his Oaklawn race, 2 starts back. But he's been in great form. He was up close last time. He was far from off of it before that, Richie. And it's nice to have the opportunity to have a horse that can kind of be a little bit handier wherever he's placed in the running of the race.
Yeah, he's very versatile. You know, he's a horse that can lay up close. He can come from off the paces we just witnessed. David Jacobson, since returning to training, seems to have really hit his stride, right? 20% overall. He's only run 2 horses at the current Belmont stand, a win and a third. A guy who places his horses well, competitively. Can we get back to Silly Key quickly? Manny Franco is aggressive. Manny Franco is strong. His approach to riding is getting his position going forward, putting horses in the game. Eric Cancel's style is different. Every rider has a style, you know, and Eric is a little bit quieter, a little more sedentary, allow horses to drop out, come with a run. I like Manny Franco on this particular horse. Now, really, as a rider, what you want to be is a chameleon. You don't want horses to fit your style. You want to fit their style.
5-1, there he is with Manny aboard. Let's go back to JK. Jonathan, how are you going to play this to kick off this pick 5?
Yeah, you know, look, I mean, this is an interesting race. I think the 4 Ragtime Blues and the 5 Colonel Bowman are the most likely winners of this race, but I do think the 3 and the 6 are being forgotten a little bit. I'm officially going to pick the 3. I think the 3 has a ton of early speed. I think the cutback's going to help from the 6.5 to the 6. But I want to talk a little bit more about how I would bet this race. I think when you like a horse like the 3 or even the 6, you can do kind of a reverse key. Where basically you can put these horses in that 2nd and 3rd spot. Basically your play is that one of them is going to hit the board. It doesn't matter if the 4 or the 5 win. You can use the 4 and the 5 on top, but you want to use the 3 and the 6 in those underneath spots. I do think that that's the value of this race. I think the 4 and the 5 are extremely likely to be in try here, if one of them at least will be in the exacta. I just do think that the 3 or the 6 are extremely live in that situation. So look at just kind of putting those horses in those 2nd and 3rd spots at exactas and tries with the logical horses in the 4 and the 5. And I think it's a good betting opportunity. But look, I think the 4 and the 5 make a ton of sense, but I just couldn't stop with the prices on the 3 and the 6.
Yeah, both double-digit odds. Airport with some really big races to go back to. Penn National, Laurel, but we'll see if that form can get back to what it was. The 6-horse Reed Can, maybe the one that's going to be leading the way in this field. We have a new audience joining us right now. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on our FS2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Grade 1 Man of War and the Peter Pan, the audition for the Belmont Stakes, both coming up on today's program. Greg Wolf alongside Acacia Clement, Richard Migliori. And we talked about for our FS2 audience that Man of War, Charlie Appleby, showing up again, who has dominated the U.S. turf scene since he started bringing horses over here a couple of years ago.
We saw him do it just last week with the Fort Marcy with Ottoman Fleet. He has Warren Point, a horse that's been successful in Bahrain, in Qatar, and looks to take his show on the road, trying Belmont Park today in the Man of War. But Charlie has just been incredible with choosing which horses, Richie, fit the American style of racing and which ones he chooses to ship over. It helps when you have good stock and the support of Godolphin, but he's been very well placing his horses.
Yeah, he's really, it's incredible talent to identify which horses will acclimate and fit into American style racing. The pace of our races is, generally speaking, faster than Europe. The horses that'll deal with the ship, different way of doing things. Really, it's just an incredible knack that he has.
I look forward to that in the Grade 1 Man of War, our ABR race of the week. We have a pick 6 carryover. That number $51,969, and that pick 6 begins in the 6th, the Grade 3 Peter Pan. So look forward to that sequence coming up. No one able to solve that puzzle yesterday. Getting set for the opener here. 6 furlong sprint to kick off our Saturday card. 16,000 starter allowance and all the money coming in now on Colonel Bowman, down to 4-5 on the 5.
He's been in great form. He's won 3 of his 4 races since moving to David Jacobson's barn. Unfortunately, with the presence of Irad Ortiz Ritchie, you're going to have a shorter price. He won 4 yesterday on the card, and as always seems to be the case, the better flock to whatever horse he's riding.
Over 160 winners already on this year, almost 30% winners. Actually, I think after yesterday, about 29% winners on the year. I mean, it's just incredible. He moves money. He moves the board.
He really does. We see it here in New York so often. And see what he could do here on Colonel Bowman, reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. And shaping himself early in the year is a chance to repeat again. Pick 5 pool, big jump here, 538,000 there. Jonathan thought the 4 or the 5. He also gave a little look to the 3 and 6. There is the 6. Reed Can moving in. Could be the one in front early in this race. Let's go upstairs. John Imbriel to kick off our Saturday coverage.
Al Cools moves in, waiting for number 8, Silly Key, to complete the field, and it's a field of 7, going 6 furlongs to get the Saturday card underway. And they're all in. And they're off. Airport shows first. Reed Can now moving up to challenge. And on the outside, it's Al Cools and Silly Key. Those two not far behind the front runners. Ragtime Blues is down at the rail. And alongside is Colonel Bowman. It's 3.5 lengths back to Lost in Rome, who trails the field in 7th. Airport down at the rail, Reed Can on the outside, and the two of them are heads apart. The opening quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. A break of 4.5 lengths now, back to Silly Key in 3rd. Ragtime Blues is down at the rail, racing in 4th. The favorite, Colonel Bowman, moving up a spot on the outside. Then it's Al Cools, Lost in Rome, down towards the rail. The battle up front continues. It is Reed Can and the red blinkers on the outside, taking a narrow lead. Airport is down at the rail, continues to fight on, and Colonel Bowman is gaining ground and gaining ground quickly. Here is Colonel Bowman now to take over the lead, and he is drawing away here in the stretch. Colonel, going down there. Going down was number 6, Reed Can. Colonel Bowman the winner. Lost in Rome came on for 2nd, and Airport was 3rd.
Colonel Bowman, your winner. You heard a reaction from the crowd. The 6, Reed Can, dumping jockey Ruben Silvera mid-stretch, who right now is doing what you should do as a jockey, staying still as the ambulance comes over. We're going to take a timeout while Ruben Silvera gets tended to. It's a 4-5 favorite in the opener at Belmont. We'll be back.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honorary P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, regional networks out in Southern California. You can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's action with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and download your free past performances for today's action. Back to Churchill Downs, and race number 2 is going to kick off an early pick 4 as you take a look at the current odds. 6 furlongs here. This is a 50,000 starter allowance, and Super Renee. Mike Stidham first off the claim, the horse coming off an impressive win at Keeneland.
Yeah, the horse 6-5 right now. First off the claim for Mike Stidham. It looked like really appreciated the drop in class and the move back to the main track last time.
The 2 inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1, Crack-a-lacking.
Yeah, good speed here. Francisco Arrieta, another rider, had another good Oaklawn meeting.
Love of my life, Nacho Correas.
Had a win at Oaklawn 2 starts back. Certainly disappointed against tough competition at Fairgrounds last time out.
La Vie at 5-2. Blinkers go on.
Major player here. Good races out at Santa Anita. Adds blinkers for a horse that already possesses speed.
Yeah, last time on dirt was an impressive winner, Gate to Wire. My money. Gennaro Garcia trains.
Ran an okay race at Horseshoe Indy last time out. Races prior to that were all on synthetic at Turfway. We'll have to see how she carries that form here to Churchill.
Acacia, help me.
Je suis rapide.
Thank you.
Oh, gotcha. Come on, you should know how to say that one.
Horse that kind of changed up, stretched out, turf, now gets back to sprinting on the dirt. Will have to run a faster race than we've seen so far.
Renee means I am fast.
And Super Renee, she was very fast last night. That was impressive. It was at Keeneland. Can she do it again at Churchill?
She is a horse that it seems like she's a little bit quirky. They tried with previous connections when she was with Bob Hess, long on the turf, sprinting on the main track. She had a couple of poor trips getting out of the gate, but when she's right and she's able to break cleanly, I like that Tyler Gaffleone stays and he's familiar with her.
4 minutes to post that second at Churchill. Here's your winner, odds on Colonel Bowman, the man who had 4 yesterday, begins his Saturday card with a victory. Rat Ortiz Jr. for David Jacobson.
And he did get the right kind of trip. There was some pace up front with Airport, really aggressive early on from Jamie Torres. Lost in Rome at a big price, checking in second.
With more with an update on Reed Can and Ruben Silvera, who was tossed. Let's go to Maggie.
Reed Can was outfitted with the Kimsey boot and loaded onto the horse ambulance, guys. And Ruben Silvera, he was alert, conscious. He was loaded into the human ambulance. Looks like, as I'm watching it, they are not going down to first aid. I can't confirm that. I've heard mixed reports as to where he's going, but definitely will be examined and presumably off the remainder of his mounts, guys.
All right, thank you for that update. As we get back to Churchill Downs, and here's a look at my money. Coming off a 3rd place finish. That was at Horseshoe Indy, but Super Renee, I mean, if she can repeat what she did at Keeneland last time out, she has that outside post as well. She's tactical, can sit just off the pace. She could be very tough here.
And Richie, I know you often say this, when a jockey gets a chance to ride a horse back for the 2nd time, I always find it a little bit encouraging too, and especially with new trainers. And Tyler Gaffleone does have a great rapport with Mike Stidham. But the fact that he rode this horse at Keeneland last time, again, got her out of the gate well, navigated a good trip from a far outside post, and he stays again today.
Yeah, there's nothing like familiarity, having an experience with a horse.
Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, thank you, guys. When I look at this race, you know, you have to look at the outside filly here in Super Renee. I think Acacia makes a great point. You know, Bob Hess is the kind of guy that will experiment, tries to check all the boxes. And when I understand that last race was only a 30 non-winners of 2 races lifetime, but when you clear an 11-horse field, you do have some speed. But when you look at this race, the 2, Crack-a-lacking, has got some speed. She can giddy up a little bit early. And as well as the 4, La Vie, you know, putting the blinkers on. And it could be a tiny bit of a worry. Now, Tyler's very good at getting that outside draw and maybe drafting and not trying to force to go to the front end. He usually just drops his hands and lets probably Super Renee try to get to the front end. But if the 2 and the 4 are pushing here, I thought the 5 was very, very interesting in here. My money with Walter Rodriguez. This is the horse that can come from off the pace. there's not that many horses in here that really love to pass horses. While I do think the 7 Super Renee is the horse to beat, currently right now it's 6-5. I'd rather take the better price with the 5 in here, my money, in Walter Rodriguez from a little bit off the pace.
All right, 9-2. Thank you, Paulie, on my money as you take a look at her. See if she can make a big run from off the pace. But deserving favorite, Super Renee. And then that West Coast shipper, Levy. Let's get to the 4, who gets back to dirt. Blinkers go on. We saw that win at 5.5 furlongs the last time she was on a dirt surface.
You know, it could make things interesting because she's pretty quick early. She ran on the synthetic at Golden Gate last time out, but Jonathan Wong is certainly not a trainer to take away speed from a horse. And with the blinkers going on, you would think they'd want David Cohen to be aggressive. That could make things a little bit trickier for your favorite, Super Renee.
And David Cohen's a guy that, is aggressive, likes horses to show speed. David's been struggling this year. He's just not having the kind of year that he's put together in the past.
Hasn't ridden as much either.
Hasn't ridden as much. But, I do think when David's at his best, he's a guy who lets horses roll along.
West Coast speed. It's usually the quickest speed, and the fact that she was quick going 5.5 furlongs out on the West Coast at Santa Anita leads you to, and with blinkers on, and a bullet drill coming in. Got to think she's the one who's going to be in front early.
I would think so. Like you said, all of those things kind of point to it, and especially given the fact that she is coming in from the West Coast. Super Renee is not slow. I think that she had to be maybe used a little bit more because she was breaking from the far outside post, 11 of 11 last time out. But she is one that can comfortably kind of sit in a stalking trip. And then you have Crack-a-Lacking, who typically tends to kind of be on the engine early. I remember this filly because she was the first winner for her sire, McCracken, when she debuted as a 2-year-old at Keeneland last year. Unfortunately, she didn't really train on since then.
It's interesting, too, like Francisco Arrieta, Christian Torres, a lot of the riders that were based at Oaklawn Park for the winter, we saw them all winter. They allow horses to use their speed. They're not looking to rate. Here in New York, we got Big Sandy. Trainers train a little different. Riders tend to, want to sit a little more. Those guys let those horses roll along.
And we'll see if the 2, you would think that's been Crack-a-Lacking's game, try and press, but is she quick enough to keep up with the 4? And that speed that Levy is going to bring to the party here with David Cohen with that equipment change. Loading up, there's the 4 moving in. Super Renee to the 7 from the outside, be able to sit and just track off that early speed and get a nice trip here under Tyler Gaffleone. Pick 4 begins here in the 2nd. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. And Super Renee breaks in stride right on top and heading for the lead, angling over toward the rail. Crack-a-Lacking tries to push through toward the inside there, in a bit tight but pressing nonetheless. Super Renee and Crack-a-Lacking comes on through to take charge. Crack-a-Lacking, the leader down the backstretch run. Super Renee backs off into 2nd. Levy right up and on the pace, 3 wide on the outside 3rd. 2 lengths back to My Money, advancing in between. Je Suis Rapide is wide. Love of My Life is down inside and trailing, but it's a tight pack on the far turn. And the opening quarter contested in 21 3. They round the turn. Crack-a-Lacking trying to hold on to the lead. Super Renee traveling well right alongside these 2 head-to-head. La Vie 3 wide 3rd. Je Suis Rapide is revving up on the far outside, up into 3rd now. So they're off the turn. Crack-a-Lacking trying to see it out. Super Renee is there. Je Suis Rapide, upset chance down the center. And My Money switched out for the final furlong. 1 furlong to go. Super Renee fully extended by Je Suis Rapide, who has taken the lead. Je Suis Rapide, indeed. Gets up over Super Renee, Crack-a-Lacking, and My Money.
Oui, Je Suis Rapide with the upset here to start off his early pick 4. Wow, the Super Renee was quick out of the gate. Unable to hang on late, though.
Well done, Greg. I like that. And yeah, it's just Je Suis Rapide ended up getting the perfect trip in here. And you could see the intent from Tyler Gaffleone early. Richie, his filly broke like a shot. And On the other hand, the number 4, La Vie, not the fastest out of the gate, and she looked a little uncomfortable trying to press on the outside.
Yeah, rushed up when she couldn't make it. David Cohen said, well, let me try to rate her. They kind of worked against each other a bit. In hindsight, maybe Tyler should have just let the other speeds go and parked outside of him. But when you catch a flyer like that, your instinct is to go forward and try to seize the race. But take nothing away from Je suis rapide, I am fast. She was fast. Rafael Mojica Jr. had the bug here in New York. Strong rider. Used to ride a horse named Dixie Brass.
Was actually a jockey change to Jesus Castañón.
Ah, sorry about that.
That's
Tried to
okay.
give a little love to Rafael Mojica, who was
I'm sure he would have done a great job too.
But let's give credit to the person who actually did it.
Je suis rapide, second win of her career for trainer Barry King. Rolling on by Super Renee, who's beat at 8-5 to kick off the pick 4. Prices from that one coming up in a moment when we return to New York. Going to be back on the lawn for race number 2 to start the pick 4 here in Belmont. 7 furlongs on the turf. Bold Journey going to be transitioning to a new surface for the first time coming up for Belmont.
Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags and Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train, Paradise Woods, and Catalina Cruiser. And with multiple 6-figure yearlings each year, he gets results in the sales ring. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our live coverage from Belmont Park in Churchill Downs on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. We have race 2 next here in Belmont, New York. 7 furlongs on the turf in this first allowance condition. We told you going to break. We showed you Bold Journey trying the turf for the first time in career start number 14, and right now the 5-2 favorite. So downstairs to Maggie.
Well, I like the progeny of hard spun on the turf. There isn't much turf pedigree on the bottom side when it comes to Bold Journey. And furthermore, doesn't really look like it physically. I like him. I do as a horse. I think he's ultra talented. But there is nothing about him that's screaming, oh, he's going to love this surface change. And at a short price, I'd be definitely willing to take others in here. But we'll take a look at another one trying the turf for the first time. That's the horse that is a 7-year-old, but's only making his 9th start, but has won half of those 8 previous starts in Silver Seeker. He's such a he's a unique looking horse, and I'm one that's definitely not partial to grays, but he's gorgeous. He's that dappled gray. He has this kind of long, scopy frame to him, which you wouldn't think he'd be as fast as he is, but he is. He's just kind of fleet-footed and somewhat handier. Now, he, on the other hand, well, Central Banker isn't necessarily a great influence. The full sister, Silken Dollar, is a 2-time turf winner. So there's pedigree. This guy has slacker passions, a more angular hind end. So I'm much more optimistic with him trying trying the turf here, as a pretty full cup blinker does go on today. The front wraps remain on, but that's something he has been wearing throughout, as he's now kind of third off that little bit of a break that he had between December and February, and looks incredibly fit here. So kind of rooting for this guy. Am a fan of Silver Seeker. And then you have the accomplished turf horse who does get some class relief here, and that's number 9, 02035, who seems pretty icy on the board right now, if my eyes are serving me correctly. He is by far the most accomplished, by my estimation here. And he comes back. Yes, he does go out for Rob Atras for the first time, but I like this horse cutting back to the 7 furlongs today. I think he is a shorter coupled horse where he likes having a target. He's going to get that speed out in front of him today. He looks fit, although the one thing I will say, he's gotten a bit hot, and that is usually an indication that a horse will need one. But kind of interesting with the equipment with this guy, he is one that used to wear a burr, and he is not wearing it now, just a rubber figure 8 and a snaffle. So we'll see. I mean, sometimes when you change equipment, it's a good sign, especially coming off of a layoff. They don't necessarily need it anymore. They haven't shown that in their morning workouts, but we'll see if he ends up needing it after this start here. But I do like what I'm seeing from 02035, especially at 8-1, Greg.
Many probably liked that one a little better when Tom Brady was under center in New England. Zip code for the Patriots. We'll talk more about some of those equipment changes too when we come back from a short timeout. There's the one getting on the turf for the first time, Bold Journey. Belmont. We'll have Eric Cancel aboard with a pick 4 coming up, and Classic Catch ahead in the Peter Pan.
At Gainesway.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage of America's Day at the Races. You can play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the offer for new members. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code, match 200 at sign-up. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com, including what we have later today, Pick 6 carryover, beginning in the Peter Pan. And right now we have a Pick 4 coming up, where we're going to see a horse who's still favored right now, although mild favorite at 3-1, trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, Bold Journey comes out of the Grade 1 Carter, but he's never been on the grass before. Now, it's interesting. He is half to a Grade 1 winner in American Revolution. But as Maggie had touched on before, there's not a ton of turf pedigree. It's funny, I was actually at the start of her career a small co-owner in his half-sister, Text Don't Call, out in California, and she really couldn't stand up on the dirt. She was all turf and synthetic, though unfortunately she was not very quick.
See how this one takes to this new surface, trying something different with Bold Journey. Our post parade coming up. We're going to begin here in a moment with Peros, and there is Peros who gets the rail. Jose Ortiz for Linda Rice.
Gets the rail, gets back to turf. Only lone turf start left a lot to be desired, but that was early in this horse's career. Could have changed a great deal.
That was a pretty good group, too, in that maiden race. Najarok, Bat Flipper were in there. Both came back to win. Saw Najarok the Breeders' Cup. Elusive Edge, Junior Alvarado aboard. Next door there's Junior at 5-1.
It's going to be the second start of a significant layoff and the second start for the barn. Had a tough break last time out, kind of broke in, bumping the next door neighbor, and then got a little kind of high-headed and not totally settled after that. Hopefully we'll be able to relax a little bit now.
Soulmate, 7-year-old debut, will cut back in distance.
They have one really good race, sprinting 6 furlongs on the turf. Recent form, though, kind of step backwards.
3-0. This one with turf sprint speed. Going to try and go a little longer.
Yeah, coming in from those 5-furlong turf sprints down at Gulfstream, and that is fast and furious in those 5-furlong turf sprints. Gets a little bit more ground to work with here with the 7. I would imagine that that's the goal.
Only turf start for Silver Seeker came back in May of 2019. We'll try it again today.
Yeah, I think he's been pretty much a different horse since then. One on synthetic, looks very, very sharp with the blinkers. If they wanted more speed out of him, I think these blinkers are going to get the desired effect.
Interesting cutback in distance. This horse taking no play, though. Lord Gatling shortening up from 1.16 miles.
Yeah, showed speed going long last time out. Does cut back today. We'll see how he handles it. Only has that one turf start.
Bold Journey, here he is. 3-time winner on dirt. And now trying turf for the first time.
Yeah, taking money, I think probably a lot because of the company lines coming out of a grade 1, but this is a different surface, and I'll take a wait and see approach to see if he handles turf.
And here's 0-2, 0-3-5, and you could speak maybe to some of those equipment changes on this one.
Well, I'm with Maggie. I love the cut back in distance, a little bit shorter for him. And you can get a good look at the equipment there, Richie. As I know you've seen with him in the past, too. He used to wear a burr, which is affixed to the side of the cheek, and it allows for horses that have the tendency to lug out a bit and tend to drift. It allows a little bit more pressure on the side of their mouth. He also used to wear a D-ring bit, and now kind of the egg drop snaffle that he has, it's a softer bit, softer equipment than what he typically used to use.
Yeah, so you wonder if he kind of stopped those habits or they found out less is more. Some horses fight, you know, stronger restraint or stronger bits. So it'll be interesting to see if that has a desired effect.
And 0-2, 0-3-5 is talking about company lines. He has run some big races against, and you can see how he's headstrong there. He's not an easy horse to ride, I don't think.
Doesn't look like it.
All right, so 9-2, 0-2, 0-3-5. Let's go back to JK.
Yeah, guys, this is a situation where Bold Journey, who's listed right now at 3-1, I've got no problem with that price. I understand what Maggie's saying in terms, and I respect Maggie's opinion immensely when it comes to how horses look from a physical standpoint. Now, if this was some, you know, grade 3 race where Bold Journey is facing all these kind of extremely talented, successful, accomplished turf sprinters or turf runners, I would be a little bit more concerned. I just think that Bold Journey, who I think some people even thought could have won the Carter, I mean, they bet this horse to win the grade 1 Carter. I just think as an animal, he's just better. In him handling the turf at about 80%, 85%, I think could be enough to win this race just on its own. So although I do understand that there's a question, and the answer to that question could be that no, Bold Journey doesn't love the turf. I don't need him to love it. I just need him to like it just a little bit. So let's just hope that Bold Journey likes it just a little bit, Mags. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. I like it. Like I said, I love hard spuns on the turf, but usually you get a little bit more physicality to work with from hard spun progeny. He is literally a spitting image of his brother, American Revolution, and he was all dirt. Although, you know, he didn't try the turf, but again, I just at a short price, he wasn't for me. But let's take a look at some others in here. And second off of that extended layoff is number 3. That's Elusive Edge. It kind of got roughed up. You know, sometimes they have to shake off the ring rust when they break in a race for the first time coming in off of a layoff, and it just felt like that. He didn't break quite that sharply, and then others kind of bumped him around, and he just reacted negatively to it. But then Dylan Davis was able to provide him with a good trip after that, saving ground, and he made a bit of a move after tipping out. He just seemed tired. Rightfully so, right? I mean, he's coming off of a year-and-a-half layoff. So I like what I'm seeing from him today. I'm not in love with the distance, though. He did almost win at 7 furlongs going back to 2021. He is a bit of a shorter coupled type, but he is sharp, and I would think we'll see him forward with the added furlong and shaking off that ring rust. Number 5, 3-0. He's been partaking in some tough 5/8 races there at Gulfstream Park. And speaking of speed, I think, you know, he doesn't jump off the paper as one that's going to be on top. But the 5/8 at Gulfstream to the 7 here at Belmont, that's a big jump. It doesn't seem like much, but it is. And I think that this is a horse who does tend to break sharply, but just can't keep pace in those 5/8 races. And I think he should love getting to the 7 furlongs today, guys.
Javier Castellano in the irons, 3-0, 5-1. I mean, some hot paces in those 5 furlong sprints. Where's he going to be in this race?
I think he makes the lead. You know those races better than I do, those 5 furlong races at Gulfstream. Silver Seek is quick. The blinker should make him sharp too, but he's coming at a really fast-paced races, 3-0.
And 3-0, as Maggie was touching on, with those 5 furlong races, if you are not incredibly fast out of the gate, you're totally outfooted, because those horses are very, very fast early, and that's how those races are run down in South Florida. I would imagine shipping up here, it's with the intention of giving him a little bit more ground to relax.
Pick 4 starts here. Let's go to John Embriel.
And they're off. 3-0, out for the lead. On the outside is a Lord Gatling. And in between horses there is Silver Seeker. Elusive Edge is down at the rail. Soulmate is next in 5th. And then it's a break of 2 back to 02035. Right alongside is Paros. And farther back in the field is Bold Journey, who trails in 8th. 3-0 leads here by a length, and then it's the gray Silver Seeker in pursuit in 2nd. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Elusive Edge is down at the rail, next in 3rd. Soulmate sits in 4th, a little more than 3 lengths from the lead. 02035 is in 5th. Then comes Paros, who's down at the rail. Bold Journey begins to pick it up now on the extreme outside. Lord Gatling is the trailer. The half mile in 45 and 4/5 seconds. And the field is coming for the top of the stretch. It is 3-0. Here is Silver Seeker. Soulmate is 3 wide. Bold Journey continues that sustained run. And now Bold Journey has taken the lead. And here comes Paros. Paros up to quickly challenge Bold Journey for the lead. And Paros is in front. Bold Journey trying to battle back. Elusive Edge moves into 3rd. They come on for the finish, and it is Paros to win it here by 3/4 of a length. Bold Journey was 2nd, and Elusive Edge finished 3rd.
Paros gets by Bold Journey, who made a big run for a little bit. Looked like he did like the turf more than a little bit here. Just not enough to hold off Paros.
Bold Journey ran well, and he actually made kind of that middle move into the turn, Richie, but Paros made that last move behind him. And Paros, a horse that actually did have 1 turf start back in his debut. He was really keen and hard to handle that day, and Linda Rice said, let's try again, and he handled it.
Well, Greg pointed out, too, look at he faced Nagarok in there. He had that nice inside-out trip. Now, the post helps that, Paros, right? Inside, wait, come out in the stretch, make the last run. Where Bold Journey kind of made that long, extended, wide run. Hard to win on the turf like that, but take nothing away from Paros, who showed a turn of foot and really kicked home.
6-1 here, beating 5-2 favorite Bold Journey in his turf debut, 2-8-3-4. And you shout out to Jose Lezcano, too. This would have probably been his mount, who's still out with injury right now with that broken wrist. We hope to see him back soon.
Understand he was out this morning getting on horses, though, so maybe a little bit ahead of the original diagnosis of how long it would take him to come back.
That's good news. There's Linda Rice coming off a tremendous meet at Aqueduct Winter and picking right up where she left off here. Belmont Spring Summer Meet, 6-1. Paros and getting back on turf for the first time since the debut.
How well is Jose Ortiz riding since he's come back to New York? He just seems like he's in his comfort zone. Confidence is strong and riding everything with, putting them in the right positions.
Now the prices from that one when we come back, and we'll get back to Churchill Downs when we return. Starter allowance, 7/8 of a mile coming up next under the Twin Spires. We'll be back right after this.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward. It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
You want to do that up front, 290,000.
Nice run here from the son of good magic, Mage in front.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 22nd and 23rd in Timoniga, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back with you on America's Day at the races and our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. Jose Ortiz for trainer Linda Rice. Paros, first time back on the grass in a long time since the debut. Gets back on the grass, start number 9, and gets back in the winner's circle.
And you can see in the pink silks, that's Bold Journey, who's his first time on turf. He made that kind of sweeping move. Jose Ortiz was patient on Paros, had the perfect trip, made the last run, able to run down that favorite.
Sometimes the best thing that can happen to you in turf racing is just to be held up in behind horses, because it just really intensifies your horse closing kick, that turn of foot they have, and they see daylight. And most horses have a quarter of a mile, 3/16 of a mile of a true run. You hold one up and he'll finish like this. Paros at $15 and one try on turf as an inexperienced horse against a good group, including Nagarok. Gets it done here. Jose Ortiz, nice ride.
All right, we'll get to race 3 momentarily. We got race 3 right now. Churchill Downs, 7/8 of a mile, main track, 20,000 starter allowance. Let's go to Paul Duca.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, they're getting more difficult. Listen, I thought somebody could come off the pace. I didn't think it was going to be the 6 in the last race who gets it done as the largest price. But when you look at this group, everybody's in really good form. You look at the 1 Soaring Bird, a win. Tabbage the 2 comes out of a win. If you go to the 3 horse in here, Slam Dunk Sermon, 2 races back. It's the highest buyer in the field. American Pure comes off a W. Blue Kentucky, the 5, the horse I kind of like in here, is a horse that got a little bit unlucky. Solidify won last time out. And the 7 horse should actually walk to the front end in here. There is no pace. And, you know, I kind of landed on Blue Kentucky. I hate the price, obviously, but if you go back and you look at some of his races, he has shown speed in the past. And, you know, maybe he could stay close to the 7 in here because the 7 does look like the horse that's going to be cutting out the fractions, no doubt. And then the 1 in here I thought was very interesting. He was, you know, I was 1-5, 5-1 when I looked at this race. I think the 5 is going to be really tough, especially with Louis Saez aboard because, you know, I've been noticing a lot more. And it's nothing against Joel Rosario because this horse got dead left. But Louis can get him out of gate. And the other part about it is here, with the serenity of this paddock all the way over here and not many of the fans, a lot of these horses that are bad actors or bad actors at the gate, I've kind of noticed a little bit that they've been a little bit better over here. They can just walk over from their barns over here, and it could be a big key for the 5 in here, Blue Kentucky. But, you know, should we go with the hunch play with the 7? Mage has been waving the Venezuelan flag. First time for everything, Wolfie. The sire of the 7, Carun, a Venezuelan bred.
Yeah, how about that? Gustavo Delgado, of course, 4-time Triple Crown champion trainer in Venezuela, going after his first U.S. Triple Crown.
Yeah, well on his way with Kentucky Derby winner Mage, who was so exciting, and Javier Castellano, a native of Venezuela as well. For a couple of years down at Gulfstream Park, they did the Clásico del Caribe series, where you had horses from Latin America and their connections coming to South Florida. And to see the pride, the excitement, the passion, it's just amazing, Richie.
It really is. I was there for one of them, and I really got a kick out of it. And terrific jockeys come from Venezuela, terrific horsemen, and terrific baseball players. They really seem to have a nice little hold on that terrific talent.
Well, the 7, the one Paulie was talking about, by a Venezuelan sire, taking no attention on the board. The biggest price up there at 17-1.
Does have a little speed. Those were races that Mountaineer, trying the turf, did have a win at Churchill back in June of last year for 20,000. Let's see the stacks up here.
7/8 distance too. Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's the 3rd from Churchill Downs.
In the gate. And they're off. Blue Kentucky bounced out on top. Solidify is away okay. Attaboy Anthony on the far outside, flashing some early speed too. And up the chute they go, and it's Attaboy Anthony on the extreme outside, up for narrow lead. Slam Dunk Sermon comes on to be 2nd. Blue Kentucky eased off the pace into 3rd. Soaring Bird tugging at the rider, up into 4th while down inside. Solidifies out in 5th, followed by American Pure 6th. Tapage to trailer in 7th, but only 4 lengths off the leader. And that leader is Slam Dunk Sermon, heading to the half-mile pole. Slam Dunk Sermon, opening quarter mile, 23 and 1/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. Slam Dunk Sermon the leader. Attaboy Anthony, hard on the chase 2nd. Solidify 3 wide 3rd. Blue Kentucky within range 4th. 2 lengths behind and finds a seam now. And here comes Blue Kentucky. 3 wide and on through toward the front. So they come to the top of the stretch. Solidifies very wide off the turn, challenging Blue Kentucky. Slam Dunk Sermon cut the corner. The 3 of them across the track. American Pure's cut loose down the center too. 1 furlong to go. Slam Dunk Sermon determined down inside. Blue Kentucky fully extended. So to Solidify. Soaring Bird is late on the scene. Slam Dunk Sermon kicked it in again. And Slam Dunk Sermon never looked back once he made the top. Blue Kentucky 2nd, it's tight for 3rd.
Refuse to lose mentality from Slam Dunk Sermon. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Tom Vance.
What fight from this horse, Slam Dunk Sermon. He was on the front end, and he's headed here, Richie, by Blue Kentucky, your favorite. And even Solidify kind of blew the turn coming into it, but digging in again. Slam Dunk Sermon That was a game performance.
Very game performance. And sometimes we look at races at Churchill and go, the inside's kind of a conveyor belt. We saw a horse rally down the middle of the track earlier. I don't think it's a racetrack. I think this horse just showed a lot of fight, a lot of determination. Solidify made that big middle move and didn't corner well because he had almost too much momentum. Yoel Navis, an apprentice rider we saw win a few days ago, look really good. Probably stay a little bit more patient next time. Blue Kentucky took his shot, but nobody was getting by your winner, Slam Dunk Sermon, who just was that determined.
This has a nose for the wire. This 13th win of his career, the 6-year-old, in 33 starts right now, so he certainly loves to get that picture taken. Ricardo Santana Jr., Tom Vance, Margaret Hawk, your winning connections. Prices when we come back. We're going to talk Triple Crown when we return. Mage trying to keep that Triple Crown dream alive as he heads to Baltimore. And like Mage, First Mission going to make just his 4th career start in his Triple Crown debut coming up.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day of the Races, our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. As we continue on our Saturday card from Belmont and Churchill, of course, underway in the Triple Crown with a brilliant performance from Javier Castellano and Mage, who made just his 4th career start in the Kentucky Derby bucking history, joining a list that was very, very short. Just Regret, Big Brown, and Justify to do that, making their 4th start and win a Derby.
I'm liking this horse more and more. Just look at the way he handles everything. He's got all these people around him, the roses, all this, you know, hubbub and excitement, and he's just like, yeah, it's all good. It's all cool.
Can he improve? I mean, lightly raced, and to put up that kind of performance, do you see him moving forward in the Preakness?
Listen, he's improved with every race so far. He's continued to get better. It was a big performance from him in the Kentucky Derby. Of course, he has the question, can he handle everything that's been thrown at him? But also, you're only a 3-year-old once. You have to strike while the iron's hot, and your horse is continuing to stride forward.
Well, this horse may lightly race, too. This is First Mission for Brad Cox, and this was off a maiden win. This was just the 3rd start of his career. Grade 3 Lexington, and he was in a fight, and he prevailed.
And still green, obviously, on this left lead till late, but also game and showing a little bit of tenacity. Richie, for a horse that's lightly raced, to come up the inside of a horse like Arabian Lion like he did, you have to be tough to do that.
Yeah, had a lot of room when he started there. Then Arabian Lion tried to tighten it up, but he already got in the spot. I agree with you. Once he gets to his right lead, he found more.
Well, this has been the move for Chad Brown. Skip the Kentucky Derby. He's earned a couple of Preakness wins, and he'll try and do it again with that move with Blazing Sevens, who worked this morning at Belmont.
He went a minute flat. Irad Ortiz was aboard in blinkers. He's outside Artorias, who you may remember. He won the Curlin at Saratoga last year. Big, good-looking horse, and he did it pretty easily, Richie.
What a nice move. Love the way he was running into the bridle, stretching out nicely. Good gallop. This was a really, really nice work from him. And it's got to be such a hard thing for Connections to bypass the Derby if they have points to get in, going, you know what, maybe this isn't the right fit for him. Let's point for the next classic, the Preakness, which everybody puts so much emphasis on the Derby. What's wrong with winning a Preakness or a Belmont?
Nothing.
Hard to resist, though. But it has paid off, certainly, for Chad Brown in the past. Going to see who lines up against him. Connections a confidence game. We're really excited about getting another chance at Mage in this middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Got to say goodbye to Acacia on the desk. We're going to see you the rest of the program, though.
Yes, I'll be back for the main award with Peter Pan doing some interviews in a little bit.
We're losing the rose between two thorns to get a thornier thorn between two thorns, but it's okay.
Well, Greg and I look like we're going to prom with our matching outfits.
We do. We're matching. Look good. Yeah, Andy Serling joining us next. Those were Mig's words, not mine. We'll be back right after this with a lot more coming up. Third at Belmont. We're staying here. 25,000. Now winners of 3 life, 1 turn mile. As you take a look at the current odds, it's a tough betting race here coming up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I just want to go back to what you guys were just talking about in the Preakness and heading towards that a week from today, and looking forward to seeing Blazing Sevens. He's been my Preakness horse all along, and I loved the work from him. And, you know, Chad Brown, he's done it twice before with cloud computing and early voting. Now, Seth Klarman obviously knows and trusts Chad. I wonder how much persuasion Chad had to pull, though, with different owners to get them to sit out the Derby and wait for the Preakness. But he feels like a horse that is heading in to the second jewel of the Triple Crown in the right way. But let's take a look at this field here. And while I have no problems with 42 Ace and do think he is the horse to beat, taking a look at some others, including a long shot to begin things with number 4, Centavo. This is his 9th start of this year. He has rarely missed a dance here in 2023, but you couldn't ask a horse to look healthier. And he's a horse that, going back to last year, when he started racing more, the better he got. And I think his recent form, at least his last 2 races, are pretty good. I mean, 2 back, and yes, he did finish behind some of the Midnight Worker in that affair, but he was checked at the 5/16 pole and then had to re-rally along the inside and was able to get back up for 3rd. He looks great, and he's one that when he came off that bit of a layoff from July to November, just didn't look together, didn't look great in his coat, and now it's resplendent, and I think he's a long shot that at least you can throw in underneath. As we'll take a look at number 5, Cumberland Blues, his only start at this mile distance, well, it resulted in a win. And I like the fact that he's getting to do it again. He's built, and I've always thought that he's been built like a horse that wants more ground. He's tall, he's very evenly framed, and I know he does have some speed, but I think that bodes well for a 1-turn mile. He's fairly keen in the paddock here, but controlled, and I think he makes a great impression, especially in this condition. Next, we'll check in with the outside runner. That's Blue Grotto. He often makes his connections not look great. I feel bad for Romero Mirage, but at least Romero does know him, because previously he isn't even on the TV screen when they hit the turn. And you just got to keep pedaling away on him, and sometimes he'll pick up the pieces. He does have a little bit of a look of a horse that does the good race, bad race kind of thing, and he is coming off of a bad race, but he's also coming in off of a layoff. But he does return as a new gelding for a horse that doesn't get away that quickly, doesn't find a stride that quickly, sometimes alleviating that cumbersome equipment will make a horse just a little more engaged, a little bit more forward than what we've seen from them in the past. Look, I'm not saying he's going to be a speed horse by any means, but I think it's a good change for him. But on top of it, the layoff concerns me. I wish he looked a bit more fit and defined. Guys?
9 minutes away, this 3rd at Belmont coming up. We're going to have the post parade. We'll be joined by Andy Serling. when we come back. Current favorite, this one right here, Joel Rosario rides 42 ace.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, Washington Square Park. We're doing a handicapping there?
We were just talking about Washington Square Park. It's funny that they should show it after our conversation.
Great spot if you can make it there in the
city.
city.
Play a little chess.
Oh, yeah.
Not good enough to be not even close.
Gotta have some serious game. You want to play chess there. Cross country pick 5 is coming up very shortly. Belmont, Churchill, Monmouth, part of the sequence. And we'll begin with the 4th at Churchill Downs. So get involved. Joining us on the set, Andy Serling, part of the crew today. How are you?
Right away. I would just say apologize. I'm not Acacia, so I'm apologizing right away.
It's okay.
But it's nice to be with you guys. It's nice to see you, Richie.
Nice to be on the outdoor set on such a beautiful day, too.
It is. Good racing
really
coming up,
We
too.
have a couple good ones, too. Obviously, that Grade 1 Man of War we're looking forward to, and then the Peter Pan, always fun to see who could be maybe a new face in that final leg of the Triple Crown.
No, I agree. You know, you guys talked about AP Indy a little bit as a horse, and we've seen him, and Richie will remember Coastal, and Coastal's the horse I think of as emerging in the Peter Pan as that big threat to Spectacular Bid, who at that point seemed like a lock to win the Triple Crown. And that was when people were saying the Triple Crown was too easy. Oh, how times changed.
Yeah, oh, how times changed. And Ruben Hernandez delivered an incredible ride for David White, Lee William Hagen-Perry.
On a great horse.
On a terrific horse.
Tremendous
Coastal.
talent.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Man of War Marathon on the lawn. We'll see if the Charlie Appleby dominance continues. With Warren Point, we'll have Frankie Dettori in town to ride as the 9-5 favorite.
I picked against him. I almost feel like Godolphin's kind of rubbing our face in it with this horse because he is maybe the C or D team for them, and they're telling us we can come over and win your Grade 1s with our C and D team, and maybe that's the case. And I don't blame them for trying. I don't blame them. These races are there, and they're there for the taking. I'm surprised more people, frankly, don't try it. But I'm just not sure how good this one is, and I think at a super short price, I'll take a small shot against. I'm hoping for Christophe Clement. He lost Gufo, but maybe his mount can step forward in here.
But do you also think maybe it's a function of identifying what horses will acclimate to American racing better? It seems like Charlie Appleby, obviously they're bringing talented horses, but horses that handle the ship and everything different that's thrown at them.
Whatever he's doing, it's working.
And we show 52% with his foreign chippers in Grade 1 races over the last 2 years. Just phenomenal. Here's Norgay to kick off post parade that happened a few moments ago at 6-1.
I like Norgay in here. Dead rail last time. Very, very, very much a player.
Hang tight, big price, 20-1.
Yeah, it moves up off the claim, would have to improve dramatically.
Midnight Worker expecting to be forward here with Javier Castellano.
Should be forward along with the favorite and is a player.
Centavo, we'll see next, 2 for 31 record. Currently 11-1.
Yeah, horse, though, that did run well at this level 2 starts back. Got good notes from Maggie in the paddock.
Cumberland Blues, Rat Ortiz Jr. will look for his second today.
I don't care that he's named for a Grateful Dead song. I'm still not a fan. I just don't think he's good enough.
For Orlando Noda Barn, was a winner 2 back at a mile at Aqueduct. That was for non-winners at 2 Life. Cheeky Tico, big win for non-winners at 2 Life, last start for a different barn.
Yeah, now moves up off that claim into the 3 and a Life for the same price. You get Jose Ortiz, who's been putting everything in a position to win from at this meeting. I think he's been riding extremely well.
Here's the favorite, trained by Charlie Baker, and this one quick as well.
He's dropping down, and his form's been dissipating a bit. He is the best horse if he runs his race, and he has a good controlling position outside. I'm just a little worried his form is declining.
And Blue Grotto on the outside, off since mid-February for John Kimmel.
Yeah, returns as a gelding, a horse that has been at times a horse that doesn't show speed, lags. I wonder the outside post, first time gelding, if he doesn't improve.
So 2-1 favorite, Jonathan Kinchin, 42 ace here for a trainer that we all respect on this circuit, Charlie Baker.
Yeah, I mean, Andy mentioned it. I mean, I love the draw for the 742 ace. He's drawn towards the outside of his main competition. He has some tactical speed. His pace figures suggest that he can be wherever he wants to be. If he wants to find the front end, great. If he wants to sit off of horses, great as well. And if he runs his race, he'll likely be getting his picture taken. But I'm with Andy. I thought the one Norgay was interesting as well down on the inside. If you look back through all of Norgay's races, he always ends up extremely wide in almost all of his races. He's just always losing ground, always losing ground. Last time he ended up saving some ground, but like Andy mentioned, I'm not sure being on the inside is where you want it to be. So he finally got a ground-saving trip, even though he came off of the rail towards the end of the race. It wasn't necessarily the place on the racetrack that you want it to be. Sometimes these racetracks can get a little bit biased. Very similar to, I like to compare it to, on the beach when there's a little bit of moisture, that's the easier place to walk versus the part that's dry, a little bit deeper, a little bit harder. It's not that pronounced on a racetrack, but when you're talking about these horses and you're talking about inches and you're talking about, halves of seconds, those things can make a difference. And I think Norgay should run a little bit better here today.
JK, he's run against some decent horses. I mean, this might be the easiest field outside of the favorite that he has faced in a while, but let's check in with that favorite, the New York bred 42 ace, kind of second off that little layoff and dropping down here. Last time, I wanted to give him a little bit of an excuse. He probably moved too early, given the way that the pace kind of came back, and Thrill of It was a little bit further off of it than he. He looks great. I have no problems with him whatsoever, and he's the likeliest winner, but I just felt a little allergic to the favorites today. I don't know, just the mood I'm in, I suppose. And I agree with Andy that on paper, Cumberland Blues doesn't look good enough, and I know he's probably taking too much money given the IRAD factor, but I've just always thought that this horse belonged going long, and he's kind of a notes play here, and he looked really good in the warm-up, Greg.
See what happens coming up. A lot of ones up there from our analysts. You see those prices at Churchill Downs. Slam Dunk Sermon, 16 and change for that victory in that third at Churchill. I'm surprised Norgay is that big a price right now.
Yeah, I don't get it either. And I mean, three of us like him. He's a very obvious horse. And, the thing that's about Norgay to understand is if you're looking at him, you're saying, well, I don't understand. All you guys like him, and he ran so badly last time. Well, he didn't. He was on a dead rail, and I know for the people who watch our show frequently, they know there was that period at Aqueduct for a couple of weeks where we had a dead rail, and it was unusual to see that, especially at Aqueduct. We used to see it at Belmont a long, long time ago when Richie and I both were younger. He just got stuck down the inside. His 2 prior races are both good enough to win here.
Yeah, and you really were taking the worst for at Aqueduct on the inside. When outside Belmont balcony move was so strong, that's when I did my best because I liked being out there anyway.
I did well betting too. It was great. Yeah, well, now there were some riders that were known for liking to be wide. You actually weren't one of them.
Hence all the broken bones. Yeah.
Right. Hence
9-5 favorite about to load up. There's Joel Rosario getting positioned in the saddle for Charlie Baker and the class dropper. We're set for race 3. Let's go to John Embrial.
Blue Grotto, the last to move into line. We've got a field of 8 going a flat mile for Belmont's third race. Blue Grotto is in, and we're just about ready. And they're off. And that was an awkward beginning for number 2, Hang Tight, and he's well behind the field. 42 Ace came out first and is in front. On the outside is Cheeky Tico, and down at the rail is Norgay. Splitting those two is a Midnight Worker. Then comes Centavo, who is running in 5th, followed by Cumberland Blues in 6th. And it's a big break back to Blue Grotto and Hang Tight. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So it is 42 Ace who leads here. 42 Ace in front by 2. Norgay next in second. As the field heads for the far turn, it's 42 Ace by almost 3. Norgay racing in second. Then down at the rail, Centavo is gaining some ground, followed by Cheeky Tico. Midnight Worker has tailed off, followed by Cumberland Blues as the field continues along, chasing 42 Ace, who leads by a length and a quarter. On the inside is Centavo. Centavo looking to come through down at the rail. 42 Ace maintaining the lead. Centavo now switches to the outside. Norgay is next in third. Cumberland Blues is in fourth. And then Cheeky Tico and Blue Grotto. 3/4 1 and 1, 12 and 1, and it is 42 Ace with the lead. Centavo on the outside in second. It's 42 Ace by 2.5 by 3 lengths. Centavo in second, a big break back to the rest of the field. 42 Ace and Joe L. Rosario, and the favorite as wanted here. 42 Ace over Centavo and Blue Grotto.
Well, the moment Joel Rosario on 42 Ace broke as sharp as he did and got to the front, it sort of seemed like this race was over.
I think one of the things that Joel Rosario does, and something that Richie can very much relate to, is he rides the best horse like he's the best horse.
Yeah, he bounced his horse out of the gate, took control of the race. Down the backside, he got him into a very comfortable rhythm, was out off the rail a little bit. Centavo went to move inside of him, the 4-horse, and he let out a notch and just slowly slid over. It was a really gentle way of taking that ground. Centavo switched to the outside, wound up second best, but I love when I see subtle race riding like that.
And he's never afraid to go what some riders might think was a little too fast to assert control in a race. And not that he was going that fast, but 23 and 2 is moving along.
Almost feel like with Joel Rosario, when he's in front, you just have so much trust in him that he's got plenty left.
I would love to look up the percentage of times Joel Rosario wins dirt and turf when he's on the lead.
If he's in front of me, I'm riding. I think I've got to, like, you've got to come up with a plan. Either go in after him real fast and try to take him off guard, because if you allow him to go along comfortably for a while, you're not getting by him.
Because you think about some of those races. I remember, was it Seafoam up in Saratoga? Yeah. You see him laying down fractions, and you go, oh, he's just going too fast. But it's just like he sort of knows that he's got the horse in the right rhythm. And he's a tremendous rider, but he's a great front-end rider when he goes.
Key word, rhythm. Gets him in that beautiful rhythm.
7-4-8-2. Favorite 42 Ace at 9-5. Gate to wire for the win here pretty easily for the third win of this 5-year-old's career. Take a look at the odds for the 4th at Churchill Downs. 1 mile on the lawn in this main special weight. Everybody looking for that first win of their career here coming up. And it's the 10 Advantage, a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, currently favored. We start with Just Say So. Blinkers on.
Would help if I could actually find the 4th race. Just Say So has had his chances on the turf and has run respectably enough. That's why he's taking some money.
Ian Wilkes with a second-time starter at 8-1.
Horses get better with racing from the Ian Wilkes stable. Did get pinched early and actually ran on okay.
I promise I'm pronouncing this right. Strategized Cherie DeVaux.
I don't know what language that is. I didn't think this horse did any running first time out at a huge price for Cherie.
Turf debut on a dirt sprinter who's been forward. She's a small-town girl.
Yeah, probably will show some speed here as well. Is by Oscar Performance, who you're getting your turf influence there, not as much on the female side.
Big win for him on the dirt last week with Red Carpet Ready.
True.
Yeah, it was a good stakes win. Okay, fine. Big player here for Brian Lynch.
Yeah, ran a respectable second in the turf debut with a good trip last time. It was a bit of a slow race, but the horse is a contender.
26-1 next door. It's a first-time starter. Daughter a tap it.
Yeah, not take any money for a first-time starter. Not an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree.
Stay Lost for Norm Cassie. Blinkers go on the 7.
I like the name. I don't particularly like the horse, but the last race, I guess, is fast enough to compete here.
Raylu Gutierrez will ride. Here's Cecile Lindsay Schultz for Choctaw Racing Stable next door at 7-1.
Yeah, mares have produced 2 turf winners out of 3 starters on the turf. Certainly could move up off of those dirt sprints.
Julian Leperoux will ride, the daughter of Mendelssohn. Here's Glamour Anna.
Did no running in her debut going short. They'll try to stretch her out, but it's not like her pedigree suggests she's supposed to get better with distance.
I didn't take any money either. She was 57-1 in that debut. Here's the favored first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, Vanished.
Yeah, certainly a turf pedigree here. The mare was a multiple stakes winner on turf, produced on the Warpath, a horse that was very competitive on turf in Europe and Dubai.
Exhibit Hall. Paolo Lobo train's been on 3 synthetic starts. Hit the board in 2 of them.
The Dam did win 3 turf races out of 6 times in the turf, and Munnings has been okay as a turf sire, but they paid an awful lot of money for this horse. At the end of the day, they're just sort of getting desperate.
And Evie's Encore, 22-1. Tom Amos with a first-time starter.
First-time starter with a very tough post. When I see McLean's music, it doesn't scream turf to me, and I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of turf pedigree on the Dam side. Grandmother was Sis City. Was more of a,
one of the great claims of all time. I think 50 or 75,000 by Rick Dutrow. They won the Ashland, I want to say, before she lost the Kentucky Oaks as the odds-on favorite. Does that sound right? She won the Demoiselle.
You're hitting that right. Ashland by 10 before
and then
being
she
fourth
failed,
at favorite in the Oaks.
Yeah, IEAH stable, I believe, had her, right? They claimed her.
Let's go to Paulie for more.
Yeah, guys, when you look at these horses in here, the first-time starters, these fillies, and they look well on the racetrack. And it comes to the 10 here, the first-time starters taking all the money. Is it the Luis Saez and Todd Pletcher influence here? I get that this horse by Spitsana Medallo de Oro mare, but I don't remember that many Todd Pletcher horses having 10 works. So a lot of foundation under this horse, and he has not stopped. He was at Palm Beach Downs, and I'm worried, like, why didn't this horse run at Gulfstream, and why are they running here in this spot? And I just can't take this horse as the favorite. The 8 Cecile, I thought was an interesting horse. Lindsay Schultz is a phenomenal. I keep on, talking her praise. She's a tremendous trainer. This horse comes out of that monster race where Punch Bowl won, and everybody else has come out of it. And she's been able to, at least at Oaklawn, take horses and run long. And it seems like her route numbers are very, very good. We'll see if this horse takes to the turf. I also think the 1 is very live for the Keneally Barn. The Keneally Barn is literally right over here. So the horses are walking maybe 100 feet. And when you look at Just Say So, this horse is behind American Apple. American Apple came back to run here, a good little second in the turf sprint. So I thought the 5 was a good runner in here too. Okay, fine for Brian Lynch. They put the blinkers on. And this horse obviously improved on the turf. Now second time on the turf. But I'll tell you right now, the 2 was handled with extreme care last time after being steadied and had a ton of horse late. I would not be surprised, and that's where my money's going, Masterful Meg. I'm hoping she broke well last time. She just got cut off early and had too much to do, and Julian handled her care. I think she's going to fire big today.
All right, Paulie, that's the 2 Masterful Meg. Price right now, one to consider as a pick 5 begins here, waiting on the 12 to load outside. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward and tough start there for Cecile. Squeeze back at the break. She's a small-town girls racing for the lead, and Vanished comes on as well. Masterful Meg down toward the inside, and from the outside, Evie's Encore comes on to join them. But Vanished is the quickest one into the opening turn, opens up to lead by length and a quarter, and angles over toward the inside. So it's Vanished in front, Evie's Encore up into second. She's a small-town girl toward the inside, racing in third. Glamour Anna on the move while wide, and MCAT is right there too. They're 4th and 5th together. OK Fine is back racing in 6th. Exhibit Hall cruising along while 7th, Just Say So, is 8th. Masterful Meg broke near the top but is back in 9th down toward the rail. A bring it 2.5 lengths back to Strategized. Stay Lost is second to last early, and Cecile's the trailer. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 3/5 seconds. They head for the far turn after a half in 48 and 1. Vanished on top for the far turn. Opens up a length. Evie's Encore is on the chase, racing second. MCAT revs up on the outside. Here's MCAT up into second now. Farther back, she's a small town girl. Glamour Anna is there. Okay, fine in between. Just Say So is buried in behind horses with Masterful Meg. They're off the turn. Vanished still in front by 2 now. Vanished by 3 with 1 furlong to go. MCAT tried hard. Okay, fine comes on late. Down the center, Cecile's finishing with a rush, but time is running out to catch Vanished. The lead's down to 2. Cecile is flying outside. Here comes Cecile. Got it right on the wire. Cecile runs down Vanished. Just Say So was third, and Okay Fine was fourth.
What a furious finish from Cecile, getting on the lawn for the first time for Lindsay Schultz.
That's her. She was dead last. She was trying to get out. She took some trouble getting out. And, I mean, if you bet the 10 here, you're sick. Because this firster for Todd Pletcher was home free, and she ran terrific. But what a run this filly put in Cecile.
Reminiscent of Artie Schiller breaking his maiden here.
I mean, she was dead last, turning for home, and nobody else made a move, Richie.
And there was turf pedigree there. Mendelssohn, the mare, had thrown 2 turf winners. Boy, what a furious finish for Cecile.
Very different what we saw here at Belmont. This was 42 ace on the front end, gate to wire, for Joel Rosario and Charlie Baker.
Ah, yes, I remember this well. It just happened a few minutes ago. Nice to see Charlie get a win. One of the good guys on a drop down. Bet this horse was claimed.
Get that for you. Formidable team, too. When he puts Joel Rosario, it just feels like he knows they're live, and they're a lot of confidence in each other, and this horse just controlled the race from start to finish.
He will be in a new barn after this race. We'll try to find out what barn he will be in. But none of you guys, you didn't claim.
I did not put in a claim.
You're what, 24,995 short?
Close to that. 580 for the victory. Just the third win. A lot of seconds for this horse that maybe threw a few people off, but found a group certainly to his liking. And pace advantage, speed can kill.
You win races in this game by running your horses where they can win. I know it sounds like a statement of the obvious, but it feels like sometimes a lot of people in this game that forget that.
Well, there are a lot of good horsemen that are good getting their horses ready, but if you overmatch your horses, it doesn't matter. You have to run them where they can win.
And you also need owners that are willing to allow you to run them where they can win and be realistic. And people get attached to their horses, but you want to win races, you got to be in the right spots.
50,000 starter allowance to the 4th. And a mandatory payout pick 5 that starts here, mile and a 16th. We're going to take a timeout, still to come. Up next in the 5th, Grade 1 Man of War. Former winner back in 2019, Channel Maker, and the 9-year-old Red Knight going head-to-head.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2. It's McKinsey in a dominant performance, pure class in the Malibu.
and Lunar Sovereign with a sweeping move on the far outside. Denana's fourth and Slough Valley in behind the lead. They're off the turn and into the stretch, and with dramatic acceleration, Lunar Sovereign is swept by to take the lead. Balto Star is second, Denan on the outside, followed by Slough Valley. Carpenetto nothing left. Delightful Irving far outside, all chasing Richard Migliori and Lunar Sovereign, who will streak under the line. Big winners here. Lunar Sovereign by 3 emphatic lengths.
The MiG on Lunar Sovereign, and this was the first Grade 1 win for Kieran McLaughlin in the U.S.
Yeah, had so many good times riding for Kieran, the Darley horses and the Godolphin horses, Shadwell. Lunar Sovereign was such a nice horse, Andy, and he had acceleration, turn of foot. That's what we talk about. I decided to seize the race, leaving the 3/8 pole, and he kicked on.
I was confused which race this was because you won, it must have been the Turf Classic for Kieran with a horse with speed. You were nursing along and you opened a big lead around the turn in the stretch. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I'm sure I wrote so many for him. The one thing that stands out about this Man of War win, I didn't have to sweat out the result like I did in 1985 with Win. It was like a 15-minute inquiry. Unfortunately, I squeezed my friend Jean-Luc Semin. He was on a horse called Belmont to get down to Angel Cordero on Bobback because Win would pull up on the lead and Angel was getting through. And I squeezed Semin as I got there. But no hard feeling, Jean-Luc. But
you stayed up.
But yeah, but then when he saw Bobback, my horse kicked on. I thought for sure it had to come down. I went down to the jockey's room. I was in the steam room in my silks looking at the number blinking on the TV. And then when it stayed official, I had to look at my number. I ran back up. I have the picture. It looks like I'm going to faint because I just left the steam room to come back for the trophy presentation.
Biggest race Lunar Sovereign ever ran. In fact, that would be the last win of his career. Big one to get, though, with a Grade 1 win. We have this year's edition of the Man of War coming up. Grade 1 ahead in our ABR Race of the Week at 1 mile and 3/8 and Warren Point with all those big wins Charlie Appleby has had since he's come to the States with his horses just a couple of years ago. Regardless of form, this horse deserves to be the one to beat.
He is the horse to beat.
He's going to be the favorite just because. Now, the problem is, in picking against him, the others are just sort of okay. And I'm not trying to knock them. They're nice horses, but Warren Point's form is really nothing to get too excited about. You could look at his last race in Dohar, where the 5th place finisher was Broome, who we're familiar with. But the Broome that's running now for Aidan O'Brien is not really that good. He was nowhere in last year's Breeders' Cup Turf, which frankly was not a particularly strong race, and that's being kind.
Horse who beat him has lost his next 3, although he is a 3-time Group 1 winner.
Well, he was a good 3-year-old, but now he's 6. And he's been running in Châtine, and he's a nice horse, but he's no superstar. And I almost feel like this was the best horse they could find to bring over, and they're taking their shot, and he may well win. But I don't think he's that good, and I just feel because of the success the Godolphins had, people are going to gravitate to this horse, and he's going to be way too short a price. I don't love anybody else either. I'm not going to be surprised if he wins, but I don't think he's the quality of some of the Godolphin runners we have seen over the last few years.
But you did pick Soldier Rising, right?
Yes. Who never wins.
Any concern that's it, that he hangs a little
but
bit.
It'll be a decent price, and I just kind of wanted a new face. Maybe he's going to grow up one of these years and be a winning type.
Jose Ortiz will have that mount. Soldier Rising making his 5-year-old debut for the Clement Barn. Grade 1 to come in the next race. We got the 4th when we come back.
Eclipse champion Blaine, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His recent top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Litigate.
Litigate going to go on to win it here.
As well as Kentucky Oaks hopeful Wet Paint. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion and Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Made 2-year-olds in training sale. Recent stars include Kentucky Derby winner Mage, Grade 1 winners Feza, Beyond Brilliant, and Switzerland, plus graded stakes winners Classy Edition. Informative, Mimi Kikuchi, Riding with Biden, and that's right, a leading juvenile sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, and the only major 2-year-old sale venue with a dirt racetrack. May 22nd and 23rd in Timoniga, Maryland. Where will you be?
class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes.
They've been good sized, great walkers.
Strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a two-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from a freshman stallion.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on a lovely Saturday at beautiful Belmont Park in the paddock for today's fourth race, which is a starter 50 going the 1.16 around one turn. That's the great thing about Belmont Park is a lot of these distances, they only have to run around one turn. As we'll take a look at the new face with regards to racing here at Naira, and that's Little Bro Coop, who comes out of a race which he was claimed for $75,000 and was won by Film Star, who did come back and run very well in a tough-looking allowance race a couple days ago. And this guy, he pressed the pace, and then he just got tired. I mean, he really kind of backed up there to be beaten by 10 lengths. But I like what I'm seeing from him, at least against this field. I feel like he classes up well against his other foes in here. Really calm, laid back, just a good-looking horse that looks as though he's doing well here for the new barn in Jose Camejo. Do want to talk about number 5 from another mother. He will not be a father as he returns as a gelding for Ray Handel. One of the best times I've ever seen this horse look. Just really fit, dappled head to toe, moving very freely here in the paddock. Great disposition to him today. I just like what I'm seeing from this guy, and Ray continues a hot hand here at Belmont, much like he was on over at Aqueduct. Well, Jock's up here in the paddock, and we'll throw it up to the studio, guys.
Thanks, Maggie. We'll get to the post parade here momentarily. 9-5 favorite, Little Bro Coop. This horse right here, though, DQ'd out of a win last time out. Going to be forward, has the rail.
He's been in raging form. He may face a little bit of pressure from Magical Ways, in theory, off the claim for David Jacobson. He's got to get an extra 16th of a mile, which concerns me a bit. And I think the other question, Richie, is can he keep maintaining that form?
Well, that's it. I mean, he's been in really good form since, you know, basically middle of February, right? And it's hard for horses to hold that form continuously, and he's run some very hard races.
And that's the difference between levels of horses. The quality horses will maintain it longer. I'm surprised he's not favored. They're going for the shipper off the claim, and I understand Jose Camejo has good numbers off the claim. I wouldn't want to claim horses from Chris Hartman and bring them in from out of town and try to win here. This horse wins, I lose.
Good point. Chris Hartman is a hard guy to claim horses and move up off of.
We flashed it quick. I just want to remind everyone, too, we got a pick 5 starts here. It's a mandatory pick 5. We have a late pick 5, though, still to come later on the card, and that's where that hit and split is. Take home your share of that $2,500 today, in addition to what you take home in the pick 5. That'll be a winning pool for all those that hit it.
And when you say mandatory, it's mandatory that everybody plays it, right?
Oh,
you
that's
must
what I meant by mandatory.
Yeah. If you want to play the pick 5 involving our 2 stakes, this is the pick 5 you got to play, involving the 2 big stakes coming up.
Absolutely. All right, that pool, 163,000 and growing as they come through the tunnel. Get a look at this field here coming up. And mandatory, the figure he ran, thoroughgraph figure, no one could touch this horse off that last
He's
start.
supposed to be favored because the other thing is he has form around here. I'm trying to beat him. I picked him second to the number 6 in here, who I kind of like, Breadman, but I believe he's the horse to beat.
5-2, that number coming down on him. Here's Colloquy. 7-1.
Comes off the claim for Tom Morley, and he's been in decent form, but this is a tougher spot.
Magical Ways, David Jacobson just claimed this one off of Belmont.
Yeah, a horse that ran well last time for maiden 40. Obviously, he's facing winners tougher, but David Jacobson has really fell into a rhythm. Took him a little while to kind of get back in the groove, but he's winning it better than 20% on the year.
From Another Mother, impressive maiden winner last year, and they threw him in some graded stakes where he struggled.
Joel Rosario looked for 2 straight with him. He's a horse that can be forward, look to him to be stalking horses like the 1, maybe the 4. He's got some races good enough.
Here's Breadman at 5-1 with Manny Franco.
Last time he won was with Manny Franco. Manny Franco's a rider that demands from horses, makes them perform. I think getting back to Manny, it elevates his chances, and he's named for Artemi Panarin, a Ranger.
Flavien Prat on Lil Bro Cooper's your 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's favored, and he just broke his maiden, a maiden 40 at Oaklawn 2 back. I'm not taking horses that were running well at Oaklawn for Chris Hartman off the claim. Good luck to him.
And Mach 1, he's got some tactical speed, but he just went long on the turf. Is that going to dull that speed?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Mach 1 could be a thorn in the side of Mandatory, who from the inside has to leave. And Mach 1 has shown enough pace and sprints that he could be on top of him.
Now let's look at Mandatory. There he is in that April 20th race where he crossed the wire first. He'd get DQ'd, though, and place second.
Yeah, he ran well in here, and he's run well really in all 3 of his recent races. I do think he's not going to get better with more distance. And I don't think the pace is going to be blistering. It rarely is, but I don't think he's going to be crawling out there. And he may take some shots here. You know, you've got horses like Magical Way. He's from Another Mother. Even you think Mach 1 has enough speed. I think they'll challenge him at some point in the race. He's been good. He really has. I just question how long he's going to hold the form. And I think there's some other interesting horses in here, like Breadman.
Well, I think it's an interesting point you make about holding form. And your better horses hold their form for longer periods of time. I always contend that horses have only so many A efforts in them. Your good horses have more A efforts. You know, your best trainers win races with horses with their B and C efforts before they got to go deep into the well. It feels like Mandatory's kind of gone deep into the well the last couple starts.
You got to win when you run those A efforts. You got to get it done. And now I know he did, and he came down justifiably. You had said you bet him, and he came, and you believed he should have come down. I wasn't here that day, and I also believed he should have come down. But it's going to get a little bit tougher for him. I think Breadman's very interesting. Rob Falcone's barn's been going very well. You know, he started out with 0 for 3 or the meet. 2 of them were first-time starters. 1 was a big drop down. We saw his horse win yesterday, or maybe it was Thursday, one of the 2 days. I think Breadman's very, very interesting.
There he is. He's got his game face on, 6-1 here in the warm-up with Manny aboard. Let's go to JK.
Wolfie, you know, I thought the 1 Mandatory was pretty interesting in this spot, right? I think drawn on the inside, I like horses that have tactical speed drawn inside. It makes me a little bit more comfortable that they can make some decisions down there. I thought this horse, although disqualified, was extremely game in that race, and I like a horse that can continue to try. And I also like the horse's style. It's kind of that, it's not one of those get to the front end and go slow. It's that kind of clip along, you know, kind of get the other horses behind you, chasing a little bit. And that's what led me to the 1 Mandatory. But I got to say the 7 Little Bro Coop, I think is interesting as well, switching to Jose Camello. This horse ran fast numbers down at Oaklawn Park and at Keeneland as well. And I think that if this horse improves when switching to that barn, and when horses move to that barn throughout Jose's career, 22% improvement. I mean, 22% of those horses win, excuse me. And so there's an opportunity or an idea that this horse could run better. And to be fair, he's drawn outside of his competition, which is a place that I find to be significantly more comfortable for horses that are tactical like these 2 horses. I want to be outside. But I couldn't get away from my friend, the 1 Mandatory on the inside, hoping for an aggressive ride. Maggie?
JK, I get it. I get why Mandatory is appealing on paper, but he's just not been that appealing watching him in the preliminaries. He'll win without me, fine. This is a horse that in previous times I've seen him be very energetic and on the muscle and warming up well, and he was just fairly lackluster in the warm-up. Took a while to find his stride. Like I said, I get it on paper. I couldn't really warm up to him watching him here leading up to this race. Do want to talk about number 6, Breadman, who Ralph Falcone's done a very good job with this horse. Sometimes when you claim horses from lower profile connections, you think you're going to improve them, and they're just like, nah. But he has, and you can see it physically with him in that he's put on weight. His coach just gone the right way. He is a bit of a tough horse to handle back in the paddock. They had to saddle him on the walk, but Rob did a great job, him and his crew, getting him tacked, and he settled into stride out on the track. Really laser focused, but great energy. I think Breadman's very live at 6-1. And then the second longest shot on the board is First Off the Claim for David Jacobson, looking for another winner. Number 4, Magical Ways. He's one that the only other time I've seen him was back in December, and he's grown a lot in just, you know, kind of those 6 months so far. He's gotten longer, scopier, and he just, his warm-up was the best that I saw here with Junior Alvarado aboard. Pretty aggressive, as he does like to be forward, but that's what you want to see with a horse that does possess some early foot. Greg.
Pick 5. Thank you, Maggie. $335,000 in this mandatory payout. Pick 5 coming up. 5-2 favorite. This one right here. There's mandatory. We'll say this about that race, and there's certainly concerns. Horse he dueled with came back to win next time out. They were well clear of the rest of that field as well.
Well, they were also wide, and the rail was bad. So I think some horses got sort of caught on the inside. It might have changed things. It was also a race that really was dominated towards the front end. Listen, he can win this race. I would, at 5-2 shots, I'd bet him over the 7. But look, I picked him second. I picked a race 6-1-5. I want to bet the 6 Breadman. I'm hoping he runs well enough today. I don't know if he get back to that race 2 back when Manny rode him. He's good enough to win.
Well, I agree with you. I think I like Manny getting back aboard. Manny is a guy that will demand from horses. Mandatory, listen, he runs his last race back. He is very, very tough to beat. I just wonder how many of those strong efforts he has in a row. That's my only question.
See if he can back up a very good effort that he got DQ'd out of a win last time out. Mandatory pick 5 starts here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the 4th from Belmont.
They're all in line. And they're off. Ooh, Mach 1 came away in a tangle there, and it's a tough horse to handle here in the early going. Little Bro Coupe is going out for the lead, and right there is a Magical Ways. Down on the inside is a Mandatory, and Colloquy is also up with the front runners. So it's Mandatory at the rail, Colloquy in between horses, and on the outside, Magical Ways. 3 of them across. Little Bro Coupe sits just behind in 4th. And then it's 2 lengths to Breadman and the White Blinkers in 5th. To his inside is From Another Mother, and at the back is a Mach 1, who appears now to have settled down. It is Mandatory who has the lead, the quarter win in 23 seconds. Mandatory by a half length. Colloquy in between horses, and on the outside is a Magical Ways. Mandatory maintaining the lead here by a neck. Colloquy in 2nd. Magical Ways runs in 3rd. Little Bro Coupe is 4th. Now 3 lengths from the front. The half went in 46 and 3/5 seconds. The field is midway on the turn, and it is still Mandatory in front by 3/4 of a length. Colloquy runs in 2nd. Little Bro Coupe has now moved into 3rd. Magical Ways has dropped completely out of it. From Another Mother is down at the rail. On the outside is a Breadman and a Mach 1. It's Mandatory and Colloquy, and the 2 of them are heads apart as they head for home. 3/4 up in 1:12. Here's Colloquy now to take over from Mandatory. From Another Mother is all out in 3rd with a furlong to the finish. It's Colloquy in front. From Another Mother continues to gain on the outside, but now just a 16th to the finish. And it is Colloquy clear by 3.5 lengths, and it is Colloquy, the New York bred, to win it here. From Another Mother was 2nd, and Mandatory finished 3rd.
Colloquy on a roll right now. Has won 3 of his last 4 starts.
Been a good week for Tom Worley as well with that 2-year-old winner here on Thursday. And it's nice to see Jamie Torres get the win as well after serving a long suspension.
Yeah, he served a long suspension for his role in a spill over at Aqueduct. Some journeymen didn't get as many days as he got for pretty much similar infractions, but he took it the right way with class, humility. He said, okay, I made a mistake. I got to learn from it. That's why you're an apprentice. And Jamie Torres has impressed me. Love the way he finishes on horses. Love his work ethic, his attitude, and he gets it done. Nice for him. Get right back in the winner's circle.
3rd win for the third different barn in his last 4 starts.
And I got to say, this is a step forward for this horse. This seems like a much better effort than he had been putting in. As we talked about, mandatory, the distance got to him a little bit, but he didn't run. We just didn't keep that form. From Another Mother ran fine, sort of picking up the pieces and being second, but never really threatened the winner, who was a Facile winner. And the lesson on Lil Bro Coop is horses claim from sharp barns out of town like that coming in, they better be bigger prices if you want to bet your money on them. Their form might not be what you really should be thinking about.
Colloquy, 7-1 here, 4 wins now from 12 career starts. 4-year-old son of Flatter with the victory to shake things up a little bit in this early pick 5 and in this first leg of this mandatory payout pick 5 with a long way to go.
Yeah, no, this is a good start. I hope you had this horse. I did not. I was nowhere close in here.
And for mandatory, Mig, you were concerned about being able to hold that form, and he was not able to do that today.
No, and listen, he made the lead from the inside. Romero Mirage did what he had to do. It just came up a little bit flat. Colloquy, who had raced with mandatory several times. I think they exchanged decisions, if you will. And From Another Mother ran well. First time gelding, second best.
Horse that was much the best. And I think the thing with mandatory is just what you talk about. It's a hard game, and at this level, you got to win when your horse is in good form. You got to get the money, you know. And unfortunately for him, when he did, he got DQ'd. He finished second a couple of times. That's how it goes.
Churchill Downs, 5th race. Look at the current odds for this mile and a 16th. $40,000 claiming race. Mystic Knight right now. Steve Asmussen just claimed this one off O'Reilly. Might have Tyler Gaffleone. That's the 6-5 favorite.
Sort of bizarre to find this horse on the front end last time, given he's never shown any speed for it. It'll be interesting to see if Steve goes back to those kind of tactics in here, because there isn't a lot of speed on paper. So maybe they'll turn him into a speed horse, and that'll get him back to that closer, that good form he once had.
Here's Digital to kick off the post parade.
He potentially is the speed from the inside if they want it. That's how little speed there is in the race.
Favorite, Mystic Knight with Tyler.
Yeah, claimed by Steve, trained by Tyler, ridden by Tyler Gaffleone, excuse me, knows Churchill Downs so well.
Mobster Gun, we will see next, 3-1.
He's second off a long layoff. If he can get back to his races 2 and 3 back before the layoff, he's a big player in here.
Rafael Bejarano, already a win on today's card. Test Pilot, 11-1. This horse just claimed. Juan Cano taken off of Eddie Keneally.
Yeah, claim for 25, moves up to 40. Horses are required to race for more money off the claim.
Trainer is 0 for 18 off the claim with dirt routers. Very good off the claim with dirt sprinters. Great record with sprinters, terrible with routers. It's crazy.
It's post parade from a few moments ago, and this horse actually a late scratch. So when
I don't like him at all.
In
fact, I don't like how he looks.
Well, he can't lose.
I don't think he looks good. They should scratch him.
Andy with a new talent here. So take out the 5. Here's the 6 huge bigly. Robertino Diodoro second off the claim.
Second up the claim, showed good speed last time. Christian Torres, a rider not bashful about allowing horses to use speed.
I want to know where he got his name. It's a funny name.
Lord Captain trying to make it 4 in a row.
I will not say anything bad about any horse trained by Tom Amoss, but I wouldn't bet him.
That's all you do on this show.
I know. I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. You know, I saw Tom last week. You know, I'm feeling a little love for him now. It's brief. It'll go. It'll dissipate.
By the time we're at Saratoga,
hate him by the time
it'll
we're
be
in
long
Saratoga.
gone.
I'll hate him again. Yeah.
This horse has won a couple of mile and 16th races, shortens him up to sprinting and wins again. And now going to stretch him back out. Let's go to Paulie for more.
Well, if you guys are wondering, Tom Amoss is here, and he's in his pink because he knows Mother Day is coming up, and he's not a dummy when it comes to his beautiful wife, who actually does carry the Amoss family, let's be honest in here. But when I talked to Tom, he said, listen, this horse is in very good form, and we're going to go from the outside. And, you know, he really had nowhere to go after the Fairgrounds race, so he took the horse over to Delta Downs, and the horse actually beat, you know, lower company that day. Now, to get to the scratch plot, the dots, he had gotten to the backside, everything was fine. He reared up and he threw Gabriel Saez. I don't know if he flipped or not, because that's usually the automatic scratch. You know, we're sitting right here by the new paddock judges over here, and we could hear on the radio the 5 is coming back to the paddock. I didn't know if it was a shoe repair or not, and they announced a late scratch. You could see Gabriel Saez had taken his tack back over here. The favorite, the 2, I get where everybody's going here with Mystic Knight. I mean, a horse for Steve Asmussen, claimed out of the Riley Mott barn, showed some speed last time at Oakland. I thought this horse would clear the, at least seal the deal last time. Couldn't get it done. Looks like blinkers have helped this 6-year-old. I just don't know at even money. You know, Mobster Gun is very interesting. You could take this horse two different ways here. This horse was voided claim way back in June of 2021. This horse likes Churchill, comes back for 62.5, now for 40, and last time had front wraps and has front wraps again today. So I don't know if that's a little sneak job trying to get this horse by the 40,000, but I think that he has the back class that can maybe beat this field at 5-2. So I'll land on that horse, the 3 here, tepidly over the 2. And I do think Amos's horse will run pretty big here.
5-1 on the Amos runner outside. Paulie, thank you. Again, trying to make it 4 in a row. Horse who's 4 for 9 lifetime and stretching back out today with his main man, Edgar Morales, aboard.
He's got to be sucking up to Amos. I'm calling Paulie on this one. He's trying to be his friend now. He's thinking about Saratoga.
Yeah,
he's trying to take my spot. All right, Paulie. I know where we stand now.
Even money on Mystic Knight, the 2, little short?
Yeah, a little short. I'm curious what they do. I think you're going to see Tyler come bounding out of the gate and just the new tactics with him, which almost worked last time out. But don't forget, he was claimed in a $25,000 claiming race. It's not like he was running against that tough a field, but he's very dangerous, but a little short. I'll root for Paulie and Tom.
Paulie with that 3 who just stepped in. That's Mobster Gun for trainer Phil Sims. Especially at this meet, horses with form at this track, dangerous, and he's a horse with a win on this track. That's how he ended last year, and second back off a really long layoff. Definitely could see improvement with Mobster Gun. Travis Stone the call, the 5th from Churchill Downs, the start of a pick 4 on this Saturday card.
Clear the gate. And they're off. Lord Captain with a good start. So 2 Huge Bigley. Mystic Knight is there. Test Pilot backs off them. Heading for the clubhouse turn in, Huge Bigley goes out to show the way. Angles over toward the rail with Lord Captain right alongside second. That put Mystic Knight in a bit tight, third toward the rail. Had to take up briefly and is now in cramped quarters down toward the rail. Test Pilot comes on to grab 4th. Digital settles into the rail 5th. Mobster Gun at the back in 6th. They're cruising along to the backstretch run. No pace on. Huge Bigley short lead. Opening quarter in 24 and 4/5 seconds. It's a pokey pace down the backstretch run. Huge Bigley the leader and Lord Captain prompting second. Mystic Knight on a long hold third in toward the rail. And here comes Mobster Gun. Mobster Gun with a backstretch move, 5th, 4th, and now 3rd on the outside. So Mobster Gun comes on to challenge the top 2. Test Pilot is back into 5th. The trailer is Digital. Heading for the far turn, Huge Bigley still the leader. Lord Captain still second. Mystic Knight and Mobster Gun. Mobster Gun's now back into 4th and now tries to come on back into 3rd. They're a length behind the top 2 at the back. Test Pilot and Digital. So round the far turn, more pressure for Huge Bigley. Lord Captain cruises up alongside. Lord Captain comes up alongside of Huge Bigley. They head for home together. Mystic Knight comes wide for the stretch drive. Mobster Gun is there. Digital is coming up the rail. 1 furlong to go. Lord Captain comes away with the lead. Digital continues to rally. Mobster Gun fights on. Mystic Knight is there. Final 16th. Lord Captain, Mobster Gun, Digital down inside. Lord Captain still has the lead. Got it. Lord Captain, they couldn't get by him. Mobster Gun, Digital, and Mystic Knight.
4 in a row for Lord Captain. He really had to dig in for this win.
Yeah, I mean, he was game. He looked like he could finish 3rd or 4th coming to the 16th pole. Looked like the horse Digital was coming up on the rail. The horse on his flank, Mobster Gun, looked like he had him. And he just kept digging in, and they couldn't get by him. Great pick by Paulie, and congrats to our man, Tom Amos, and owner Maggie Moss.
He was surrounded, fought off all challengers to give Tom Amos. We were on the 4,000 watch last year. 4,000 4,053,
I think, the third win.
4,055th career win.
Really.
Back to Belmont. Colloquy at 7-1 picture time here.
Look at Tom Morley. Looking sharp today.
Nice claim
Maggie must
for
have dressed him this morning.
25,000 last time
Clearly got some help. Congrats to the team. Home team winning one. Look at this. We got Tom Morley for Maggie winning here. We got Tom Amos winning at Churchill. Wow. I wish I could win.
Hitting on all cylinders here.
I'm not. But I'm going to hit on all cylinders betting against the 2-5 on the Godolphin horse, the Man of War. Give me a break.
Frankie Dettori on his farewell tour. You're betting against him?
Yes, I'm a parade rainer, as you well know.
Grade 1 up next. Our ABR race of the week, the Man of War, mile and 3/8 on the lawn. And yes, we will see Frankie Dettori on that farewell tour riding for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin at Warren Point. 2-5 favoritism. Incredibly short price, but no superstars in this division here stateside.
No, I agree, and I think that Godolphin is very smart. Frankly, I'm surprised that more people in Europe don't look for some of their distance runners that are Group 3 types over there. They're banging their heads in much smaller purses that could be competitive in our races and come to ship over here. I feel like people almost got intimidated by Chad Brown for a lot of these years. Chad doesn't have anyone in this division right now, and you're not supposed to get intimidated by any trainer or even any one horse. These are opportunities, and they're prestigious races. And Godolphin is very smart to come over with these horses, and I'm surprised that others aren't looking to do the same.
Warren Point in a Group 1 just missed last time out, but you know, as Andy talked about earlier, a horse who's getting on in age a little bit, not really the top of the best.
Getting on in age. Let's go right to Richie. Good segue.
I still look good.
Get a look at this field when we come back from a short timeout. Man who won this race a couple of times in his incredible career. Stay with us. ABR Race of the Week when we return. The great Man of War, considered by many the greatest to ever do it. We'll be back. We're back on America's Day of the Races, our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
It's Secretariat. Ron Turcotte aboard. In front by 2. Tim Tam now trying to close the gap again. It's 6 lengths farther back to Anono and London Company. As they come to the top of the stretch, Secretariat has the lead by half a length. On the outside, Tim Tam is now second by 7. Triangular moves to the middle of the track to be third. London Company, Anono, West Coast Scout, and Big Spruce, they're in the stretch. It's Secretariat holding on to the lead by 2 lengths. Tim Tam is second, the others far back. Into the final furlong, Secretariat has the lead by 3. It's Tim Tam second, past the 16th pole. Ron Turcotte aboard Secretariat. Secretariat in front.
You can come to me the better because I got to get on the pony.
Turcotte said he believed this horse was 10 to 15 lengths better on the grass, said he couldn't believe it himself, but the way he moved on the grass, just a completely different horse. When he stepped on it, he just suddenly matured.
I mean, it's hard now to talk about it, but I'll put it this way, Richie. If Tim Tam was in this Man of War, he'd have been 1-9, and I wouldn't bet against him.
Well, let's go to Maggie.
Grade 1 Man of War field assembled in the paddock, and no, I'm not going crazy. The helmet is for getting on Lucas in a moment, but we'll start with your current heavy favorite in number 2, Warren Point. And as I've said time and time again, we see Charlie Appleby successful with these horses because he knows how to ship them. You know, a lot of times when you have the European shippers, they'll lose weight in transit. They'll come over here a bit rattled. And that is not the case with these Charlie Appleby shippers. As you see, Warren Point is wearing a hood. That is typical for him, but he is uber relaxed here. And it will come off when they make their way to the racetrack. But I don't see any signs of this horse running a bad race or a poor race. So we'll see as the heavy favorite, Warren Point, goes postward. As I do think he'll sit a stalking trip. I think he is one that we're not going to see devoid of speed as we do with some of the Europeans. Moving on to one coming off of a layoff, Soldier Rising. I totally get what you guys are saying, that maybe now as a 5-year-old he can finally mature and put his head down and get a win. Yes, maybe, but I don't think it's going to necessarily be first off the layoff. He just historically has needed a start, and he shows it physically. I mean, he was a very short price coming back in an allowance race last year, and he came up a bit short. I wish he looked a little bit better in his coat. I just think that a race is going to put him where he needs to be his best, to compete in these grade 1s. Moving on to the venerable 9-year-old Channel Maker. How can you not love this horse? And he just looks tremendous. And last time out, where Verstappen was able to win that day, you know, given it was a 1.5 miles over a good turf course, those fractions were pretty honest, and he was right on top of them. And he was the only one to kind of stick around there of the forwardly placed horses. He looks resplendent here. As a 9-year-old, he still looks as though he's thriving. He is just in fine fettle, and one I'll at least be rooting for, Greg.
Twice a prince.
Post-spread coming up. Former Man of War winner back in 2019, Channel Maker, the 9-year-old. And here's the Godolphin Charlie Appleby horse, Warren Point. And it seems like finally the public has caught on to the fact that he does pretty good in grade 1s with his foreign shippers.
Yeah, you know what happens when the public goes overboard on horses? They lose.
Yep.
I'm not going to be surprised if he wins this race, but this horse is nowhere near the quality of some of the ones we've seen here win big races. Now, I'm not going to disagree with somebody that says this may not be the strongest field ever, but these are some nice, solid, honest racehorses out there, and he's got to show up to win it. This horse is not as good as the likes of, like, Althequa, who came here and won the Just a Game in the Diana, Space Blues, Modern Games. Some of these horses also aren't that great, and he's done a good job spotting them, but
pretty hard to argue with that graphic there, though, huh? I mean, it's pretty remarkable what he's done.
It is.
He is the most dominant trainer in the game right now.
He is.
Foreign shippers, grade 1s, the last 2 years, 52%. That is just unreal.
Andy, I think you made a really good point, though, about maybe other trainers from Europe would follow suit and, you know, bring the horses that are struggling to win.
They used to.
Right? But I think it's also people's comfort zone a little bit as well. I mean, Wesley Ward kind of started a trend of people sending horses to Europe trying to win races there. That's something we wouldn't have seen years ago.
there's 600,000 reasons to come over with a horse like this and run these races. Even second is $120,000, and I mean, these are lucrative purses, and they're there for the winning. Now, I think another reason he's probably brought this horse over here, and probably one of the reasons that he went and ran the Middle East, is he probably likes a very firm turf course. That would be my guess. So I'm guessing that this turf course would be very much to his liking.
Trying to exact a little some unfinished business with Yabir coming up short in this race as well. Last year.
At a very short price.
Yeah.
Yabir, though, different horse. I mean, Yabir's a better horse, though.
Yabir's a better horse than this, and he lost this race. He lost to Trevor. Trevor McCarthy's grade 1 win.
That's right.
Highland Chief.
Yep.
Highland Chief.
Very good. Good call.
Terrific ride. Good call.
Well, here they come through the tunnel. Those silks intimidating in grade 1s for sure. Dolphin Blue, Frankie Dettori, who we'll see in a moment. Here's Red Knight, the 9-year-old.
Looks like he's the clear-cut second choice. I guess that's because Irad Ortiz is riding him, but he is an amazing horse. Just wind him up and he runs.
Just missed in that grade 2 Elkhorn against Verstappen, who's going to line up in this race as well. Here's Warren Point, so State's debut for Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, short price favorite, comes up with some big runs. Frankie Dettori. I like how cool he's being with the pony and everything. Again, identifying horses that'll handle the way we do things in North America as opposed to Europe and abroad.
2019 winner of this race, 9-year-old Channel Maker.
How do you not love Channel Maker? And probably try to be a little more aggressive with him in this race. We'll see how he handles it, though I think Strong Tide, the 7's going to lead.
$3.7 million in earnings in his career. Here's Verstappen, who's kind of the now horse. He's won 3 of 4, including that Elkhorn last out.
Yeah, big, bold run last time in the Elkhorn. Declan Cannon stays aboard, a horse that relishes the distance.
Lightly raced 4-year-old House Street. He'll take blinkers off.
Jorge Abreu is trying to win his first graded stake ever. He was somehow favored last time out. He is a talented, lightly raced horse, but I wonder if he's good enough to beat these.
Bred and owned by the man who bred Triple Crown winner Justified, John Gunther. Here's Soldier Rising, 5-year-old debut coming up for Christophe Clement.
Ultra consistent performer. I think last year he was over the top by the Red Smith. Now he comes back fresh for a terrific conditioner in Christophe Clement. He's got to show a little more killer instinct coming to the wire.
He's a big price at 10-1.
That's too big a price.
2 biggest prices on the board outside. Strong Tide, Mike Lauer trains, Florent Giroux.
I got to think that Flo is going to send this horse to the front near. You're riding a horse at almost 40-1 in a grade 1. Your best chance is to use your speed to get a piece. You seize the bull by the horns. I know Mr. Migliori would have been taking him to the front.
And Value Engineering, Manny Frankel. Manny Frankel, Mike Maker to the outside.
Yeah, another horse that's more of a specialist at these longer distance. Mike Maker excels with these type. Feels like he's got to be a little bit faster.
I wonder if he got that good form in Florida, and I kind of want to see some of those horses duplicate that Florida form like him, because it's hard to see where it came from.
He's got a name to be really good. Named after Dutch Formula One driver who was a 2021-22 F1 world champion, Max Verstappen. With more, let's go to Acacia Clement.
And I think thanks to Drive to Survive on Netflix, plenty of people are now Verstappen fans as well. But talking about the horse, trainer Brendan Walsh joining me here. Brendan, he seems like he's a horse that's really starting to put things together, one of those later developing types.
Yeah, we've always liked him, Acacia. He just, you know, he needed distance and maturity, you know, and he really matured over the winter, got a couple of nice wins in allowance company, came back and ran a very good race in the Kentucky Cup, and then ran a really, really good race the last day.
Declan Cannon gave him a terrific ride at that day too, winning the Elkhorn, now into Grade 1 company. What have you seen from him since that last victory?
He seems like he's done well. I mean, you're always a little bit concerned coming back 3 weeks after a race like that, but believe me, I wouldn't have brought him up here if I didn't think he was back to his very best again.
This time last week, you were celebrating the win in the Kentucky Oaks with Pretty Mischievous last Friday. What a celebration, what a victory for your team.
Yeah, it's just been fantastic, Acacia, like different to anything ever before. It's just, you know, everybody's been so good about it too, the congratulations and everything. It's still going on, but it was fantastic. It was a great day and just a great time for everybody. So it's, you know, it's just hopefully we can keep it rolling from here.
Congratulations on that win. Best of luck here.
Thanks, Acacia.
Brendan Walsh looking to keep that good momentum going, Greg.
Indeed. Riding a high right now. It's 11-1 on his horse. Is that too big a price?
They're all too big a price. Maybe not Red Knight. They're overbetting the 2. I'm sorry. I will stand by that. I mean, I will not be surprised if he wins, but they're betting on a reputation, and I don't think people even know that much about this horse, enough about him to make him this price. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so.
So would it be also fair to say then that, again, we both agree, won't be surprised if he wins, but this creates opportunity at, to get a price on some horses that you might like.
Yeah. That's why I like Soldier Rising, and I still think 7-1 is a very generous price. I think he should be about 5-1 here, maybe less.
Jonathan, we know the dominance we've seen from Charlie Appleby. Will it continue here?
Yeah, but like I said at the top of the show, this isn't a Rebels romance. This isn't a Modern Games. Look, I wouldn't be shocked if this horse wins, but I feel like I took 1-2 on Modern Games at Keeneland, and he got beat. But still, I need this horse to prove it to me on American soil. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. I'm going to try to beat him. I'm going to use the 4 Verstappen. A lot of times when you see these long-distance turf races and you see a horse kind of jump up with a big performance, a lot of times if you look down through the past performances, it's the first opportunity they've had to kind of really go those long distances. So I'm thinking maybe they figured out what this horse wants to do. And I thought he was impressive at Keeneland in the Elkhorn. And I feel like maybe this is just the right horse that's trending in the right direction. You're getting the right price at 10-1. I'm not against Red Knight, probably a little shorter than I would want in this group. But anytime Mike Maker puts a horse in a long-distance turf race, I think that they could win. I think you could probably put me and Andy in a horse suit, let Mike Maker train us to go long on the grass, and we could possibly win a Grade 3. So I'm going to toss it to Maggie, who I believe is somewhere that I haven't been since I was 11 years old in Puerto Vallarta.
On the back of a horse, you're going to say on the track at Belmont, JK. But I like Verstappen, too. I'm talking it out here with Warren Point. But the next best option, I think, is Verstappen. Gosh, he got a beautiful warm-up out here for Declan Cannon, who I go way back with. I remember when he just showed up from Ireland, walking around the backside here at Belmont, and my husband and I were just starting out, and he got Declan to work some horses and gave him his first winner here at in New York and in the States. But couldn't be happier for him. He has so much confidence in his horse, too, and I would as well, watching the way that this horse has warmed up for a utterly capable trainer in Brendan Walsh. Now, one of the venerable veterans, Red Knight, in New York bred, he is carrying the best weight I've seen from him ever to carry, and we know that he loves a 1.5 mile distance. He is acting a bit surly out here. Didn't want to go, kicking at the pony. I will say I'm familiar with this line, and it's not totally out of character. We actually trained his full brother. Looked nothing like him. He was gray, but Greg, I was dropped twice by his brother, so it's not completely out of character, but just something I don't love to see going postward.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-1, Red Knight, 9-year-old. As we take a look at the Charlie Appleby Godolphin runner, Warren Point, 3-5 favorite. Second time in Grouper Grade 1 company after that near miss against Russian Emperor, who we should point out was older in his career when he got beat by him in that last start, and he'd go on Russian Emperor to lose his next 3 starts as well. Some of it against much softer company.
Yeah, I'm not impressed by the horses this horse has been running against. I think that he is way overbet at 3-5. I think he's probably supposed to be closer to David Argona's morning line.
And now you see the 2 Warren Point, your big favorite, getting fitted with that blanket, goes into the gate. Some horses need a security blanket. They're very kind of, ticklish or, claustrophobic with the gate. They'll attach it to the back, and Greg, he'll break out from underneath that blanket, leave it behind in the starting gate.
Yeah, there's a look at it, bird's eye view.
Who was the horse that you rode?
And a blindfold
South
on as well.
Africa?
Song of Africa.
Song of Africa.
Let's go back to Maggie.
I mean, you picked up on it, Greg. This is a horse that does go into the gates, watching his replays from overseas with that blindfold on. Same thing as the blanket. As soon as he gets in there, they will pull it off. Luckily for Frankie Dettori, unlike in Europe, where he would have to pull it off himself, it's the assistant starters that get to help him out here in the States, guys.
So we'll get an assist here and not have to do it all on his own.
Greg, first time I rode in Hong Kong, they put me in the gate, my first mount, with a blindfold, and then they got out. I was like, well, hey, who's taking it up? The jock next to me says, you better do it.
Will the Grade 1 dominance continue for Charlie Appleby and Warren Point? It's the Grade 1 Man of War. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off in the Man o' War Stakes, and it was a hesitant beginning for the big favorite, number 2, Warren Point, who is towards the back of the pack. It is a Channel Maker, challenged here on the outside by Strong Tide as they come for the line the first time. Channel Maker and Strong Tide, and they are 1-2. With House Street sitting just behind them in third, and to his outside is Value Engineering next in fourth. Then Soldier Rising in fifth. Their Stoppin' is down at the rail in sixth. The trailers are Warren Point and Red Knight. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds, and now they're going into the clubhouse turn. Channel Maker leads here by 3/4 of a length. Strong Tide on the outside is in second, with House Street sitting nicely in third. To the outside is Value Engineering next in fourth. Length and a quarter. They're stopping down at the rail as the field heads for the back stretch. And it is Channel Maker holding the lead here with Strong Tide racing in second, half mile 49 seconds. House Street, Value Engineering, they're right together, third and fourth. And then comes Soldier Rising, who's in fifth. Now Warren Point moves up a few spots into sixth. Verstappen is down at the rail, and Red Knight is the trailer in eighth. They continue up the backstretch. Channel Maker and Strong Tide, they've been 1-2 right from the start. And Warren Point and Frankie DeToro making a move now on the outside, moving up into third. And Red Knight is going to follow that move. He's gaining on the extreme outside. 3/4 up in 1:15 into the far turn. Channel Maker by a head. Strong Tide on the outside in second. Warren Point is in third. House Street had that good trip down at the rail in fourth. Then it's Value Engineering and Red Knight on the far outside as the field hits the top of the stretch. Here is Warren Point on the outside up to challenge Strong Tide. And on the inside it is Channel Maker. It's 3 of them across as Red Knight continues to gain out in the middle of the course. Here comes Red Knight. Warren Point is right there. Strong Tide as they come on for the finish. It is the New York bred Red Knight to win the Grade 1 Man o' War Stakes.
The 9-year-old Red Knight with a Grade 1 win here in the Man o' War after just missing against Verstappen in the Elkhorn back in April.
He's got to be one of the cooler New York breds of all time. We were talking about winning this race, and now he's won himself over $1.5 million. He's just a cool horse. Great ride by Irad Ortiz. Warren Point had a lousy trip in there and didn't even run that badly, but he was way over bet.
Yeah, I agree. He kind of got flushed out after breaking slowly. Warren Point flushed out of cover, kind of got keen, ran up into the race a little bit early, but take nothing away. Red Knight followed his move, tipped out, and got it done. Another New York bred winning the Man o' War at 9 years old.
And the other thing is, there's literally 5 horses heads apart at the wire. I think Soldier Rising, my horse, got second there. But he wins by, he wins by a length and a half, but he was good 2.5 in front, a few more strides before the wire. I mean, he was a decisive winner of this race. It's not as though the whole field hits the wire together. The whole field hit the wire for second. And I'm going to say about Warren Point, he ran well in the context of the race. He got left. He's back in last. He sort of ran off with Frankie on the backstretch. Certainly not the trip that Frankie Dettori wanted. It's not the way he rides, one of the great riders of all time. And he still ran well enough to be in the phalanx for second. But what we said before was people made him an overwhelming favorite, and they don't even really know anything about him. They're just assuming he's going to win.
Very, very fair point. And it appeared the Soldier Rising got up. It's a blanket finish for second. But it didn't look like Soldier Rising kind of stalled for a moment with the other horses.
That's why he never wins.
Exactly, right?
Listen, I picked him because I was looking for a price. I wanted to be against the favorite. He ran fine in second, but he wasn't catching Red Knight. Red Knight was much the best here. A terrific ride again by Irad Ortiz. As you say, following the 2. But still, this New York bred, he just always shows up.
Very
He's such a cool horse.
Yeah, to see this New York bred with a Grade 1 win in the Man o' War. Let's go to Maggie.
Wow, Red Knight gets it done again and again and again. Irad, you've been aboard this horse actually 2 back when he won. Talk a little bit about how you have to ride him. For a long distance horse, he certainly likes to come from off it.
You have a huge stride. I just let him find his stride, and I think he just. Both times I ride him, he just let me know when it's time to start going, and I just let him do his thing.
When they're 9 years old, do you kind of just take your cues from them?
No, I mean, he knows what he's doing, and he always show up, so I just don't want to be on his way. But the backside, he told me it's time to pick it up. So I started letting him do his thing, following the horse to bid. And when I tip him out, it was all about him. He deserves all the credit. He's a good boy.
He's awesome. I do want to just get your thoughts briefly on a horse you ride next in the Peter Pan, talking about one where you might have to show him the way, and that's Classic Catch. You rode him back to a win. Todd puts blinkers on today. What do you think about that equipment change?
Yeah, I mean, I went on him at Gulfstream and looked like he was playing. He was looking around. He still won really nicely. Gallop out nice. I think maybe he can improve a little with the blinkers. Last time he was a little too far back. I think that's why they made the call to put the blinkers on. Maybe Trevor told them something because he was too far back, and hopefully the blinkers help him to be a little closer.
Well, you got the grade 1 out of the way. Congratulations, Irad, and how can you not love Red Knight, guys?
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, what a performance from this 9-year-old, showing more left in the tank, no question. With this victory, 2 today for Irad Ortiz Jr. after a 4-win day yesterday.
And Trinity Farm, owned and bred by Trinity Farm. One of the things I love about the New York Breds, a lot of credit to them. It's
Breed
very
a horse
cool.
and campaign him over this long period of time. Congratulations to them.
And just been posted who got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
No
1-6.
No twos in there.
7-5. Warren Point getting no part of this purse. We'll be back.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Back on America's Day of the Races, race 6, Churchill Downs. Start of the Derby City 6, Heartbreaker from the rail, the favorite for Phil D'Amato. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
And they're off. Good beginning for Heartbreaker. Floki's Flight was away well, too, as they race up the chute and head for the main track. And Heartbreaker comes on through to take the lead. So it's Heartbreaker in front. Floki's Flight right there second. Charging Arrow with them on the outside third. 5 lengths back from there. Ram comes through toward the inside to grab fourth from Invisible War, who's back into fifth. Raymond is racing 6th. Guntown is 7th. And Lucky Boss is the trailer. So down the back stretch run. 3-ply battle through a sharp quarter in 22 and 2. Heartbreaker down inside. Floki's Flight in between. Charging Arrow trying to keep up with them. Under a ride on the outside third. Still 5 or so lengths back to Ram, who's racing in 4th. Invisible Wars on the outside 5th. Raymond 6, Guntown sent on between to within 8 lengths of the lead as they round the far turn. Floki's Flight grabs the lead right outside the quarter pole and willingly takes the lead into the stretch. Floki's Flight off the turn in front by 2. Heartbreaker back to 2nd. Charging Arrow fights on. Ram is rallying in between. Guntown is rallying down the center. 1 furlong to go. Floki's Flight clear by 4. Guntown runs up into 2nd. Ram is 3rd, final 16th. Floki's Flight clear by 3 and will win it by 3. Floki's Flight sharp there. Guntown 2nd, Ram 3rd, Charging Arrow 4th.
Dale Roman's been on a roll of late. Churchill Downs, a really talented 4-year-old Giant Game winning a few days ago. A horse that we could see potentially in some graded stakes down the line. Floki's Flight with the win here.
Much the best in this situation. This horse was dropping back into a level where actually was claimed for $50,000, and a horse that figured to be on the lead kind of stalked a little bit and just won quite easily. And the 8, who looked like to me like the right horse turning back, is just not really a winning type, I guess. Just couldn't get
a grinding run from him.
Back to Belmont, Grade 1 winner of the Man of War, the New York bred. 9-year-old. Owned and bred by Trinity Farm, Red Knight, with a big moment.
Yeah, I just love the whole thing about him. The 9-year-old, he's at the top of his game. They run him all the time. They take shots in these spots. He always seems to show up. Irad gave him his usual terrific ride. He was clearly best in this field.
He was. He followed that early run by Warren Point. Patient, but waited. Irad tipped out, and he finished well. And you just got to admire a 9-year-old in this good form. You know, horses that get a break when they're, you know, from turf racing, they usually have some time. And, I mean, he'll turn 10, and I guess we won't have the opportunity to see him defend his Man of War title. But when a horse is in good form, I see no reason to stop them from doing what they're good at.
Richie, he is 12 for 34 lifetime with 9 seconds and just 1/3. And in turf races, he's 12 for 31 with 7 seconds. Amazing horse.
1280 for the victory, and the big odds-on favorite, Warren Point, not a part of the top 4. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Very pleased to be joined by owner and breeder Tom Egan of Trinity Farm as Red Knight picks up another graded stakes win. And Tom, as I mentioned, not only is he a 9-year-old that's still winning, but he's also a horse that you bred. How special is he?
It's extremely special. They always said don't make the horse your pet, and we've had 14, but he is a pet. And hopefully Laura will be his hunter-jumper rider when he's done.
Oh, I love that. Well, we definitely have an opportunity to follow him. But again, a 9-year-old picking up a Grade 1 victory. What a race today.
He's full of energy in the barn and everything. I mean, he's many thanks to Mike Maker. He's done a fabulous job with this horse. And so I can't thank Mike Maker enough. But Jose Ortiz is a fabulous rider too. And Irad is equally fabulous. And Irad has really, he's 2 for 2 with this horse, and we'd be 3 for 3 if he had ridden him in Keeneland.
The Ortiz brothers running 1-2 in here, but as far as Red Knight, he's also a great example of the New York bred program as well.
Yeah, the New York bred program is a fabulous program. I don't know why more people don't use it. You're not bound to run against New York breds all your life, like Red is a perfect example of that, you know. And maybe those selectors will actually vote him turf bred champion of the year for New York anyway, you know.
Pretty cool to see such a hard-knocking 9-year-old with another win. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much, Miss Courtney, and best to you.
Thank you very much. Red Knight, the New York bred, a Grade 1 win today, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Yeah, Tom Egan, he'd said a year ago with this horse, he thought he was done. He thought about retiring him. Calls him the comeback kid. How about this? Now a Grade 1 win on the resume for Trinity Farm.
It's just, I mean, these are the kind of horses that make you love the game. They really are. I mean, we were talking about it before. He was 12 wins and 34 career starts for this horse. It's just remarkable how well he does. And I was talking to you, I think in a maiden, there was an off-the-turf maiden race where he got beaten by a nose at like 17-1 to a heavy favorite early in his career when Belmont still had him, and he just keeps on rolling along. What a fabulous horse.
He really is, and you know, we just had the New York Breeders' Dinner on Monday night. I'm sure this horse right now is at the top of the class to get male turf horse, a Grade 1 win here in the Man of War. So hopefully we see him at the So award dinner next
year. So Christophe Clement's even more upset. He finished second in the race, and now this horse might get New York bred Turf of the Year, or Horse of the Year over City Man, who won it this year.
Good news is Mig, who hosted that, can start writing his material now.
Don't worry, he's got plenty of material. It's all old, but he has plenty of it.
What a performance from this 9-year-old showing up on this stage to get this huge win in really such a prestigious race here. Rat Ortiz Jr. continuing to roll.
The beat goes on, doesn't it? But
Right.
I take a lot of abuse here, too. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. You're a victim. I feel so bad for
Well, Rat, of course, lost his Derby mount the day of the Kentucky Derby. Looking for a mount maybe for the Belmont Stakes. He'll have potentially that with Classic Catch. And this is a race the Grade 3 Peter Pan auditioned for the Belmont Stakes that begins a Pick 6 carryover of more than $51,000.
I don't think Steve Rushing, Irat Ortiz, his agent, is worrying about his phone ringing for Irat. He's worried about it ringing too much, frankly. And Irat may take back-to-back race with Classic Catch. He's a promising horse.
Bishop's Bay, not surprised here, opening up as the favorite, 3-2 right now, comes in undefeated. Very lightly raced for Brad Cox, 2 for 2.
But showing he's got a lot of talent, and he'll fight for it, too. You like to see that in a horse.
Stepping stone to the Belmont Stakes, the Grade 3 Peter Pan, which Tonalist served as Yes I Am Here, his coming out party. He'd go on to roll in the Belmont and have some big wins after that as well.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
And now Eddie Delahousse asking more run from AP Indy, and the response is immediate. AP Indy headlong into the final furlong by 5. Colony Light has been left in his impressive wake. AP Indy wins with something left for the Belmont Stakes.
Foot bruise and a quarter crack kept AP Indy out of the Kentucky Derby. He was rested, and he came back better than ever.
Yeah, he was a really cool horse. I can remember being here, Richie, on the 3rd floor watching this Belmont Stakes. And of course, not Belmont Stakes, the Peter Pan, the first thing you noticed was the funny low way he had of running. And he passed along through many generations.
Many of his horses with the same similar kind of stride. And what a perfect rider for AP Indy and Eddie Delahousse, a rider that let horses run up into his hands and really kept them balanced, particularly with that head carriage. Just a really good horse. He missed his opportunity in the Derby, came back with the Peter Pan, the Belmont, and a Breeders' Cup Classic.
That was some field he beat that
Some
day.
field. And that day, Eddie Dozy never went to the crop, just sifted through that good field and won nicely.
Purge did not win the Belmont.
Nope.
But he did win the Naira Mile, which was the cigar mile by then. But he was Todd Pletcher, but he didn't win the Belmont. Dancing Connection was Woody Stevens, last win in the skiing. I think there was another horse. You had just showed me the list. I think there was somebody else between maybe Dancing Connection and APND.
And Tonalist, APND, the last two to do it. As you meant, Tonalist, back-to-back wins, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Cigar Mile ended his career. Tremendous horse for Christophe Clement. We'll see if we have a horse and go on to make some noise in the Triple Crown this year with a performance today. As we take a look at the current odds, Bishop's Bay, still the 8-5 favorite for Brad Cox from that outside post. Let's head downstairs. So Maggie.
As we'll start with Bishop's Bay, I think the distance is a real question mark with this horse. He has only won by slim margins, as Acacia had mentioned earlier on the show. And while those races were around, or excuse me, the last race was around 2 turns, and this is 1 turn, it's still out of ground. And furthermore, sometimes these 1-turn races can be a bit of a more taxing trip for a speed horse, because they have to, you know, do that extended sprint down the straightaway of the backside. He's not built like one that wants to go long at all. He is built like a sprinter through and through. He looks fantastic. I mean, there's no complaints in that regard, but I think we're stretching him a bit here at 9 furlongs, as we'll move on to number 4, who's a huge price. We are definitely not stretching Summer Cause at 9 furlongs. He is, I mean, he's the quintessential grinding, I think plotting might be a little unfair to him, but just kind of loping horse that can click off, you know, 12s around there. He's just built like that. He's leggy, he's an even frame, long scopy neck to him, and he's a big price. And he makes a great impression on me. I know he's yet to run that fast, flashy race, but if, you know, others are wilting on the front end, there's no doubt that Summer Cause will be chugging along. As we'll move on to one of 2 Todd Pletcher horses, and while I'm kind of saving Classic Catch for how he behaves out on the racetrack, Go Soldier Go is a little bit of a unknown entity, given the fact that this is his first start in the States. Will he handle the shit from Maidan, as he finished a distant 5th to Derma Sodagake in their last meeting? But I will say that race very forwardly dominated, and he was out the back door. I don't know if that running style is going to work to his favor today. I honestly just don't know. And he's another one, though, that's really, really long and scopy and wants every bit of this ground. And he's obviously cutting back a little bit. But I think that he's one that is going to be able to see out the distance. He looks fantastic, though. This horse, great coat to him. He's beautifully put together and balanced. I kind of have high hopes for him here, Greg.
We will find out. His States debut coming up. Couple of wins at 1 mile and 3/16 at Maidan. Meanwhile, there's Bishop's Bay. Brad Cox runner. He's beat 2 of his stablemates his first 2 starts. He's the 8-5 favorite for the Peter Pan.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races, third and final leg of the Triple Crown, the test of the champion for the first time ever. You will see it live on Network Fox. That's Saturday, June 10th. Hope to see you there, and potentially, very often the case, we see the winner of the Peter Pan moving on to that Belmont Stakes. Who will that be this year? We're about to find out. Mile and an eighth in this Grade 3 Belmont Stakes audition as we get set for the post parade. And we're going to begin with a horse taking a lot of money on the board right now. Arcangelo coming off a maiden win at Gulfstream.
Wow. I will say it came up a fast race on numbers, but 3-1 off a maiden win at Gulfstream, not for me, but it does seem like a legitimately fast race. Third horse came back and improved.
Shug McGahee with Game Change Jose Ortiz.
Ran one good race, 3 back, and run 4 clunkers. Where's his good race? Can it come back?
14-1 next door. Here is Summer Cause Christophe Clement. Manny Franco.
Yeah, a horse that took 4 starts to break his maiden. Ran okay in the Tessio last time. Kind of a one-pace grinding kind of runner.
Clement, last trainer to have a Peter Pan Belmont double. Pull it off with Tonalist. Classic catch, Todd Pletcher or Rad Ortiz Jr.?
Got a little lost in the Wood Memorial race that was dominated on the front end and made a little bit of a run. Had the wide trip last time. I thought he was interesting. My top pick.
Stablemate making his States debut for Pletcher. This is Go Soldier Go.
Yeah, a horse that likes to run up close to the pace. Let's see how he acclimates to North American racing.
Bill Morey with a maiden winner last start as Modius, big price.
Huge figure 2 races back. Last time out, not nearly as high, but not an untalented horse for a horse that's 40-1 on the board.
Henry Q had that monster performance in the Mind That Bird Derby in a group put together by UCLA basketball coach Mick Cronin, the Del Mar group.
That was some performance at Sunland Park. Can he translate that form? Frankie Dettori broke his maiden in Southern California. Here today rides him.
Horse who's dangerous with his speed as well. He went gate to wire in that Mind That Bird Derby. And then Bishop's Bay, here's the 9-5 favorite. He's quick as well. He won sprinting 6 furlongs and he was close to the pace.
Well posted on the outside. The 2 inside of him probably have more speed, so he can stalk them. But I think you're asking him to get the 1 1/8 as the favorite in a pace that may be very honest without getting the lead. I think it's a big ask for him. I'm very interested to see what he does because he seems like a very potentially talented horse, but I'm not going to take a short price to find out.
Pick 6 carryover begins in this race as well. An additional $208,000 already. Bet into that $51,000 carryover. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Jenna Antonucci, who sends out the #1 Arcangelo, who's taking some money. And Jenna, he ran very well last time to break his maiden at Gulfstream.
He did. We had some rough trips coming into that race. We kind of expected that maiden to be out of our way 1 or 2 starts prior, but that's the way the racing gods had it, and here we are.
Now, he is a big leggy type of horse. How do you think he'll handle the 1 1/8 today at Belmont?
He has been training phenomenally. We've been super pleased with how he adjusted from South Florida to up here. He doesn't seem to care what he trains on, so our hope is that he just continues to skip across it today.
As you mentioned, a trainer based in South Florida. How do you decide which horse is fit coming up to try these tough stakes up here in New York?
I think he warrants it. I mean, on this horse specifically, obviously we leaned into a lot of sheet numbers and all the everyone's algorithm that you choose to pick, and he's a horse we've taken our time with. We never intended to go early in the 3-year-old season. He's needed the time. He's a May foal, and so this has kind of organically happened, especially with his maiden taking a step or 2 longer to break.
We're glad to see him here. Best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jenna Antonucci sending out Arcangelo. Very talented and capable horsewoman, Greg.
I kind of look. Wolfie and I have the same haircut, but it's outside of that, it's different people. Look, I do think that the 9 Bishop's Bay, I talked at the top of the show, was a vulnerable horse in this race because of the 1 Arcangelo. I do believe that's still to be the case. The thing about Arcangelo that I have an issue with is that there's been 2 horses that have run out of that race that I think that fast speed figure that was earned last time. One of them was Mr. McGregor, and he kind of matched his speed figure. The other one was Magical Power for Todd Pletcher, who ran at Keeneland and did not run particularly well. So what am I trying to tell you? I still don't trust the number. I'd like to see all the horses that leave those races run a little bit better. He's drawn towards the inside, and he does have what I think is a very talented horse to his outside in the 9 Bishop's Bay. Bishop's Bay's debut was extremely fast. The comeback race was not particularly quick. However, the pace was very, very slow in that race. And when you're in one of those situations where the pace is slow, they can only come home so fast. So the final time is always going to be a little bit light. I think that's why the lumber was slow. I'm hoping the mile 8th and the outside draw will help Bishop's Bay. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed as always, that Maggie Wolfendale tells me that she likes horses that I single in pick 6s.
Well, as I said in the paddock, I'm not convinced with the mile and an 8, Jonathan. But I do want to talk about the 5 Classic Catchineer, who he was my pick for the Wood Memorial, but wow, he just dropped out the back door, which is kind of his running style, but I don't think you want him to do that, although that race dominated forwardly back in the Wood. The blinkers go on today. It hasn't changed his disposition much. He looks exactly the same in the warm-ups back in the paddock as what he did going back to April. I still think he's okay, and we'll see. I think this might be a bigger, stronger group, though, weirdly, than the Wood Memorial, based upon their physical appearances. But let's talk about number 1, Arcangelo. I really thought he was doing his best running in the later stages, the last 1/8 of a mile in that Gulfstream Park maiden win. So that indicates to me that he's a horse that should relish the distance here. My thing with him is he just feels a little bit unfurnished in a way. He feels like there's still some developing to do overall against this field. You know, it's kind of all relative to who you face on the day. So guys, I like the 2 from Todd Pletcher here. I think they can make a lot of noise.
That's Classic Catch, the 5 and the 6, debuting in the States. Go, Soldier, go. Big story on the board, though. This is a lot of money on Arcangelo, who was 10-1 morning line, coming off just a maiden win for Jenna Antonucci.
Obviously, I was talking to David Aragona about it and saying that the buyer figure, they sort of split, I guess, the variant. It could have been a higher number. Other speed figures obviously have this horse faster. Even if you think this horse is that much faster, at this price, 5-2, I just think they're taking the worst of it.
Okay, I picked a crazy long shot here, and let me explain. Right, I picked the 7 Asmodeus. He had a huge maiden race. He was beaten in nose, 10 lengths back to the 3rd horse. Now Register came back and did not run well in a stake in Maryland, but why wouldn't I take 39-1 on him off of a maiden race that would make him competitive?
He was also wide against a gold rail that day.
Okay, and now, or 5-2 against a horse that has a huge maiden race.
Yes, if somebody wanted to give me the difference about 15-1 in odds right now, if someone wanted to give me 10-1 that the 7 beats the 1, I would certainly be willing to bet it for $50.
I mean, so maybe it's a little bit of a ridiculous pick, but I just thought I was impressed with that horse that day.
I think I don't really like the 7, but he shouldn't, I said in the post race, he shouldn't be this big a price, considering how well he ran that race. Somewhere in him, he's got a fast race. And I think your logic is absolutely sound. I mean, I think over time, if you take shots like that, you'll make money.
Bishop's Bay still the favorite at 9-5 for Brad Cox, with Henry Q trying to rebound off that Sunland Derby. Shout out to Mick Cronin watching from home. He put this group together again that includes football coach Chip Kelly from UCLA, Rick Pitino, the new head coach at St. John's. Good luck to them with Henry Q. Good luck to everyone here. Final audition to try and get to the Belmont Stakes with a win here in the Grade 3 Peter Pan. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting now for Henry Q and Bishop's Bay to fill in the 2 outside posts in this mile and an 1/8 Grade 3 Peter Pan. The 69th running coming up in just a few moments. And they are all in line. And they're off. Henry Q broke well. Bishop's Bay, and now moving up on the outside as Asmodeus gains ground. It is Asmodeus and Bishop's Bay, and the two of them are right together. Summer Cause is down towards the rail in third. Classic Catch is in between horses. Henry Q now back in fifth, but only a length and a half from the lead. Then it's Game Change. Arcangelo is down at the rail. Big break. Back to Go Soldier Go, who trails the field in eighth as they race up the Belmont backstretch through a quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Asmodeus down at the rail. The favorite, Bishop's Bay on the outside. The two of them are stride for stride for the lead. And just in behind, the trio of Henry Q, Summer Cause, and Classic Catch. Arcangelo has made his way off the rail and is now on the outside, about 4 lengths from the front. It's a break of 4 to Game Change and 4 more to Go Soldier Go. Half mile, 48 and 4/5 seconds. Asmodeus down at the rail. Bishop's Bay on the outside. They remain together. Henry Q now being asked to pick it up, and he's responding, joining the front runners now on the outside. So it's 3 of them across, and here is Arcangelo, who is just in behind in 4th. Classic Catch runs in 5th. Summer Cause at the rail in 6th, and farther back it's Go Soldier Go and Game Change. Bishop's Bay strikes the lead at the top of the stretch. Asmodeus down at the rail. Arcangelo on the outside, 3/4, 1:13 and 1. And here is Arcangelo now to grab the lead from Bishop's Bay. Arcangelo, Bishop's Bay fighting back again on the inside as they move for the 16th pole. It is Bishop's Bay and Arcangelo. A terrific stretch duel here in the Peter Pan. Bishop's Bay has a head in front. Arcangelo counters on the outside. It's a photo finish. May have been Arcangelo, but a photo in the Peter Pan. Arcangelo and Bishop's Bay.
The joy of victory, Jenna Antonucci, Blue Rose Farm. This horse looked beat, late stretch, battles back to win. Word was out on this runner off a maiden win, takes the Peter Pan.
Really important when we watch this stretch drive. Keep your eye on Bishop's Bay. He gets hooked by Arcangelo, and he fights him off, and he gets back in front of him, but then watch his ears. He kind of pulls up again. He might have been better off allowing Arcangelo to stay in front of him until inside the 16th pole. Watch how he fights back, Andy, on the inside, and then keep an eye on his head and his ears. As soon as he gets a neck, he starts pulling up again. Look at his ears.
Yeah, and it's very unusual to see this because normally when you have that situation, when a horse like the one comes to him, and he looks like a winner, right? And then the 9 battles back. The horse goes on to victory. The other horse gets a little bit intimidated. Yeah. Amazing. But I'm going to tell you something. First of all, they knew. They knew about this horse. This horse is good. These two horses put on one heck of a show. The Belmont Stakes finish should be as exciting as this race.
Yeah, they put on some show. This was a great performance by both of these horses. I just thought it was really interesting the way the horse on the inside, Bishop's Bay, kind of hit the front the second time and put his toes in the ground a little bit. And you give a lot of credit to the winner. Arcangelo, he was relentless. I mean, this was quite a show they put on.
It really was a terrific race, and when you're hot, you're hot. And Javier Castellano, he's hot.
How about that? Kentucky Derby winning rider, yeah, and Arcangelo, and a horse who should be headed to the Belmont Stakes, you would think. Bishop's Bay, this was just the 3rd start of his career, running huge in a very close defeat. Look at Jenna Antonucci. What a performance from this horse off a maiden victory. Faced Kings Barnes, couple starts back, one of the Derby runners for Todd Pletcher. There's some good horses certainly in the running lines. This horse delivers.
And how about his pedigree? You think he'll get a mile and a half being by Arrogate out of a Tapit
Look at that pedigree. He sold for $35,000 as a yearling. Nobody's bought him privately. I mean, I guess people probably try after his last race.
Now here, this is a good, I like this tight shot. Keep your eye, just clue in on the inside horse's ears. He's going to fight off the first challenge. Now look at his inside ear especially. He gets a neck in front like he's going to draw away. And now he starts, look, his inside ear comes up. And that's a horse when they're losing focus a little bit. And now this other horse came back on him. Listen, great performance by both horses.
Arcangelo at 5-2 comes back to win. Let's go to Maggie.
The replay last time at Gulfstream, you seemed so confident in this horse and breaking his maiden.
I really did. I have the same confidence today. I really like the horse. I've been working the horse. I like the way he's been progress little by little. I think he's more mature now. I love the way he did it the last work. I have a lot of confidence today. I knew I was going to win the race.
Talk about how game he was against Bishop Bay and just how he fought it out to the wire.
He did. Turn from I thought I'm going to win the race by far. and he hooked up with the other horse. He stayed together, but asked a little bit. He responded so well. He started to figure it out a little bit, and I'm glad he did it today.
Javi, I love watching you because you're riding for outfits that aren't necessarily household names. While Jenna does a fantastic job, the average person wouldn't know too much about her. But talk about getting it done and working with these smaller outfits that have a smaller amount of horses.
Absolutely, I love Gina, the way she does with the work. I know Gina a long time. She's a good horseman, and she takes care of the horses. She does a really good job with the horses. And lucky, I've been open and able to hook up together to find a good horse. And I try to work and try to make it easy for everybody. I'm hard working. I like to do good. I want to be competitive in the game. And I try to find the best opportunity to win races.
You're finding good horses, but you're also giving them excellent rides. Congrats, Javi.
Thanks a lot.
Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer with Arcangelo, winning the Peter Pan, guys.
Do you think if Mage wins the Preakness, Javi will have to make a choice between riding this one or Mage in the Belmont?
That'd be a tough call, wouldn't it? Go for a Triple Crown or go with Arcangelo? How about Jenna Antonucci?
Good for her.
Kind of began her career retraining and redeveloping thoroughbreds for their second careers, and then worked under Dwayne Lucas, breaking and training horses with Padua Stables, and now has a horse that we're likely going to see in the Triple Crown. We'll get back to it in a moment. We'll go to Churchill Downs, loading up for the 7th here. Mile and 3/8 on the turf. This kicks off their late pick 5, and a 5-2 favorite with Giroux the 9. Any thoughts here?
I do have thoughts. It's just a little hard for me to get them together. Giroux, it's really just a question of who handles the distance in this race, to be honest with you. And probably Giroux, the most reliable. Policy Options, another horse dangerous in here. These mile and 3/8 races are tough to take. Interesting trainer switch on Bosque Redondo, who Chad Brown had for Peter Brandt. Still with Peter Brandt, I'm not familiar with Alexis Clare, who had a few starters and takes over the training. Don't know the story.
Travis Stone the call. Here's the start of the late pick 5, mile and 3/8 on the grass.
There's the gate, and they're off. F5 from the inside, breaks out on top. Read On comes on to challenge. These two 1-2 early on. And then Bold Looker comes on the outside up into third as Trending holds that spot toward the rail with Courageously. Meanwhile, Read On is keyed up, pumped up, and tugging at Martin Garcia. They've opened up to lead by 4. Quite unsettled, and there's a long way to go. Read On comes into the stretch the first time, clear by 5. F5 backs off into second, trending toward the inside third, Courageously racing fourth. Bold Looker in the clear in the outside fifth. Giroux settles in nicely toward the rail sixth. Policy Option in some traffic there while seventh. Silent Steve on the outside in eighth. Bosque Redondo toward the inside is racing ninth. Princely advances in between from 10th. Fowler Blues back in 11th, and the trailer is always above. And the clear-cut leader is Read On. Read On is opened up by 10 lengths. On the second of 3 turns in the middle portions of this race, Read On has built a huge lead with a long way to go still. F5, 8 lengths back, cruising along while second. Trending comes off the rail from third. Courageously continues on in the clear fourth. Giroux continues to travel well down inside fifth, coasting along. Still about 9 lengths off this runaway leader, though. In between horses, Policy Option's making some progress. Policy Option quickly making progress all the way up into fourth, about to be third. And that forces Giroux to go with him. So they're closing in on the tiring Read On. Read On down inside is tiring. Giroux is stuck in behind this tired horse. So on the far turn, F5 and Policy Option. The two of them come away with the lead. They're 1-2 round the far turn. Trending's now racing third. Giroux's given more rain fourth. Bold Looker's racing fifth. Courageously in sixth. They race for the top of the stretch. Policy Option and F5 come off the turn together. F5 on the outside. Policy Option at the rail, head to head with Trending third and trying to close. Giroux's in fourth. Courageously fifth. Always above down the center six. 1 furlong to go. F5 is roused to the lead and opens up in deep stretch. F5 now by 3. Policy Option, Trending, and Giroux, F5 first. Policy Option did hold second. Trending was third. Giroux was fourth.
F5, he finished ahead of Giroux in his turf debut, in his 4-year-old debut. Now he beats him again and he gets the win.
And he won quite easily here. Losing to Dripping Gold was a nice horse for Shug McGay. And just to say I was wrong about the 10, that was a private purchase. The original PPs I printed days ago had Peter Brand still owning it. Been a private purchase, thus the trainer.
I told you should never do your work so far out in front. I tell you that all the time. F5 really, in a race that was run almost like a relay race, you know, with the horse opening up 10 lengths, it was just a strangely run mile and 3/8
impressive, though.
Yeah. Kentucky Derby winning rider Javier Castellano and Arcangelo, and a horse he could be facing potentially to try and end his Triple Crown bid in the Belmont Stakes. We'll see what happens next Saturday in Baltimore. Our Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
I'm so happy to be joined by trainer Jenna Antonucci once again, a little bit more relaxed this time around. Jenna, I remarked to you before the race, this horse is taking money, and you said he should be. I know you were confident.
The last race he ran wasn't a fluke, and I know a lot of people wanted to dismiss him. Oh, the number can't be that fast. It wasn't. But if you laid that number into what was happening in Florida with the big prep races, it was real and it was honest. And so we had confidence in the horse because you can see his work pattern. It's just there. It's who he is. My job's to stay out of his way.
He was game today, though, too. I mean, he fought for it.
He did. And anyone that trains a horse will tell you can't teach him that. They either want it or they don't. So my job's to stay out of his way, give him the fitness he needs, and his battle and determination that's his.
For those who maybe just watched New York recently, they might not have seen your face before, and I've been singing your praises, but you're so involved with aftercare as well in rehoming horses. I know that's such a passion for you, and it's always about the horse first with your operation.
100%. You know, we do everything from breaking and training and breeding to retirement, so we do full cycle, and so it will always be horse first. We always try to make the best decision for horse first, and that isn't often always met, you know, warmly, especially when people have a lot into this, but moments like this help make it a little easier.
And your celebration was fantastic. Huge congratulations.
We appreciate it.
Jenna Antonucci and her team had Arcangelo ready, and now a graded stakes winner.
Boy, did they ever have Arcangelo ready. What a performance. You know, even when it looked like he was going to get beat, it was a terrific performance, but then somehow re-rallies to get by this Brad Cox horse, Bishop's Bay. That was just really fun stretch tool.
And they put a lot of distance between themselves and the other horses in this race. Looking forward to seeing what the figures come back, because they feel like two very promising 3-year-olds. Richie, I know everybody's talking about prep for the Belmont Stakes. And listen, it's not impossible. They could be those kind of horses. But you've got the Jim Dandy and the Haskell. You've got the Travers. You've got a lot of racing coming forward. And these feel like horses, whether you hear from the Belmont or not, we're going to hear from these horses down the road.
It's second half of the year kind of horses. And, you know, again, from a pedigree standpoint, Arcangelo, you got to think, if not the Belmont Stakes, races like the Travers should be in his wheelhouse.
A lot of bloodstock agents being asked why they didn't like this horse with that pedigree that he sold for $35,000. I'm sure they're all telling you how crooked he was or something.
Yeah, but, you know, horses change and they come together, right, at different stages of their life.
But a lot of people are looking at this horse and saying $35,000 for an Arrogate, and maybe he just got a little hotter after he sold or something, but wow. You don't have to spend a lot of money to get a good horse.
To Henry Q, by the way, completing the trifecta. Congrats to the Del Mar group. They get third-place money in here. What do you think about, you know, obviously we'll see what happens Saturday in Baltimore with Mage. These two horses, these top two, should they show up in the Belmont Stakes?
I think you look at the figures, number one, and you see how competitive they are. You see what happens in Maryland. You see who's running. I don't think you want to get too far ahead of yourself with these horses, because it's a very demanding race, the Belmont. Between them, they've now run a total of 7 races. So I think they'll entertain the thoughts, but I think you have to look and see what happens in Maryland, because there are a lot of important races, not named the Belmont, though races aren't too much more important than the Belmont Stakes.
You make a great point, though. They're both very lightly raced to go to 1.5 miles, and you'd hate to knock them out for the rest of the season trying to make them go 12 furlongs if they're not ready for it. If they show they're ready for it, that's another story.
And if the figures come back fast enough, I could see them taking a shot. It's the Belmont Stakes.
This is the group likely that will face Mage in that middle jewel of the Triple Crown. I know, confidence game, a horse that you're high on, and Keith DeSormo, his trainer, very high on him to get back into the mix. See what happens a week from today, and of course that third and final leg, Belmont Stakes. You'll see it live on Network Fox, Saturday, June 10th. Red Knight, the 9-year-old New York bred. best moment of his career with a Grade 1 victory, taking the Man of War homebred for Trinity Farm. And Arcangelo, Jenna Antonucci, the trainer, Blue Rose Farm, Derby winning rider, Javier Castellano, on a horse we could see June 10th in the Belmont. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:30.
For up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the upcoming 7th race, a rider change on the 1, Waffler to Joel Rosario. Joel Rosario rides the 1. And scratch numbers 11, 14, 15, and 16. This race starts the late pick 5, currently 4 minutes to post. On the track for the 7th race, this goes on the Widener turf at 1 mile and a 16th, and it starts the late pick 5. the horses are approaching the starting gate. Waiting for Academy Choice and Mama Band Me. Set for the start. And they're off. Barry the Builder was away well, but Academy Choice goes on with it now, and Academy Choice has the lead. Tunnel Vision on the outside now up to challenge. Barry the Builder is next in third, and alongside is War Prince in fourth. Waffler down at the rail in fifth. In between horses, Silent Running moves up from sixth. Then it's Fast Study, the gray, settling in seventh, and already about a dozen lengths from the lead. Then it's Fluorescent Bay, who's racing in eighth, alongside his Mama Band Me in ninth position. And then we come back to Miracle Mike, who's down at the rail and racing in 10th. And comes Michael Lease. And at the back of the pack is Your Mission in 12th. The quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. Barry the Builder now up to challenge Tunnel Vision for the lead. And the two of them are heads apart. The half mile in 47 and 3. Tunnel Vision at the rail. Barry the Builder on the outside. And just in behind is War Prince in third. And alongside is Academy Choice, who's moving up a spot now from fourth. Then a break of 2 lengths. Back to a Silent Running. Waffler is down at the rail and gaining ground on the extreme outside with a quick brush there is Your Mission. Your Mission was last moments ago, is now competing for the lead. Your Mission on the extreme outside has now taken the lead. Then comes War Prince, Barry the Builder closest to the rail. It's Barry the Builder, War Prince on the outside. It's Your Mission. A late move here from Mama Band Me, and then Miracle Mike. Here comes Mama Band Me on the outside to challenge Your Mission. Miracle Mike nowhere to go there in deep stretch. Mama Band Me wins it. Your Mission was second. Miracle Mike finished third. Number 13, Mama Band Me was first. Number 4, Your Mission second. Number 3, Miracle Mike was third. And number 10, War Prince finished fourth. Results unofficial. 13, 4, 3, and 10. The time was 1 minute 44 seconds. Number 13 is Mama Band Me, a 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown gelding by Lauban out of Mama Maxine by More Than Ready. Mama Band Me, owned by Jim and Susan Hill. It's a training double for Tom Morley. The winning rider here, Trevor McCarthy. Mama Band Me was bred in New York by Southern Equine Stables. It's official. The exacta, $37.50. The double pays $35.25. Trifecta, $94.50. Superfecta, $169.65. And the pick 3 pays $302. Eighth race, scratch numbers 8 and 10. Scratch 8 and 10. This starts the late pick 4. It's coming up in 21 minutes at 4:44. That for the start. And they're off. Barry the Builder was away well, but Academy Choice goes on with it now, and Academy Choice has the lead. Tunnel Vision on the outside now up to challenge. Barry the Builder is next in third, and alongside is War Prince in fourth. Waffler down at the rail in fifth. In between horses, Silent Running moves up from sixth. Then it's Fast Study, the gray, settling in seventh, and already about a dozen lengths from the lead. Then it's Fluorescent Bay, who's racing in eighth, alongside his Mama Band Me in ninth position. And then we come back to Miracle Mike, who's down at the rail and racing in 10th. And comes Michael Lease, and at the back of the pack is Your Mission in 12th. The quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. Barry the Builder now up to challenge Tunnel Vision for the lead, and the two of them are heads apart. The half mile in 47 and 3. Tunnel Vision at the rail, Barry the Builder on the outside, and just in behind is War Prince in third, and alongside is Academy Choice, who's moving up a spot now from fourth. Then a break of 2 lengths. Back to a Silent Running. Waffler is down at the rail and gaining ground on the extreme outside with a quick brush there is Your Mission. Your Mission was last moments ago, is now competing for the lead. Your Mission on the extreme outside has now taken the lead. Then comes War Prince, Barry the Builder closest to the rail. It's Barry the Builder, War Prince on the outside. It's Your Mission. A late move here from Mama Band Me, and then Miracle Mike. Here comes Mama Band Me on the outside to challenge Your Mission. Miracle Mike nowhere to go there, a deep stretch. Mama Band Me wins it. Your Mission was second. Miracle Mike finished third.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't do it. 300,000. 275, you 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Able to get $200,000.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
The horses are entering the track for the 8th race. It goes on the inner turf at 6 furlongs. Scratch numbers 8 and 10. This starts the late pick 4. We have 3 minutes to post. One minute. The horses are nearing the starting gate. Waiting for King Moonracer and Starquist. There in the gate. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning with Sandrone going out for the lead. Haymack and Jack a close-up second as they race up the backstretch. It is Haymack and Jack going on with it to take the lead from Sandrone. 26 Black is racing in third. Athenry next in fourth. It's a break of 2 lengths. Back to King Moonracer in fifth. Another 2.5 to Power Attack and Starquist, and Feathers Road trails the field in ninth. And now they are spread out through a quarter in 21 1/5 seconds. Into the turn, Haymack and Jack has opened up by 4.5 lengths. Sandrone giving chase in second. 26 Black on the outside in third. Another 2.5 to Athenry in fourth, followed by King Moonracer in fifth. They are at the top of the stretch. Hey, Mac, it's Jack, ran the half in 43 4. Here is 26 Black. Here is Sandrone in between horses. Athenry is gaining ground at the rail, and then King Moonracer. 26 Black has taken over and drawn away from the field. It is 26 Black and Manny Franco on to victory. Athenry got second narrowly over the late closing Feathers Road. Number 7, 26 Black was first. Number 2, Athenry second. Number 1, Feathers Road was third. And number 5, Sandrone finished fourth. The results unofficial. 7-2-1-5. Time of the race was 1 minute 8 seconds. Race 8 is official. The winner, number 7, 26 Black. 3-year-old bay colt by War Dancer. Out of Brazzo de Oro by First Dude. 26 Black is owned by Roger Simbora Jr., trained by Horacio de Paz. The jockey, Manny Franco. 26 Black was bred in New York by the owner. Eighth race exacta, $26.25. The double pays $40.75. Trifecta, $77. The super, $71.30. Pick 3, $175. And the middle pick 4 pays $911. The upcoming 9th race is the Grade 3 Runhappy Stakes. There are no changes. And we have exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double and pick 3 wagering. 25 minutes the post at 5:18. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning with Sandrone going out for the lead. Haymack and Jack a close-up second as they race up the backstretch. It is Haymack and Jack going on with it to take the lead from Sandrone. 26 Black is racing in third. Athenry next in fourth. It's a break of 2 lengths. Back to King Moon Racer in fifth. Another 2.5 to Power Attack and Starquist, and Feathers Road trails the field in ninth. And now they are spread out through a quarter in 21 and 1/5 seconds into the turn. Haymack and Jack has opened up by 4.5 lengths. Sandrone giving chase in second. 26 Black on the outside in third. Another 2.5 to Athenry in fourth, followed by King Moon Racer in fifth. They are at the top of the stretch. Hey Mac, it's Jack, ran the half in 43-4. Here is 26 Black. Here is Sandrone in between horses. Athenry is gaining ground at the rail, and then King Moonracer. 26 Black has taken over and drawn away from the field. It is 26 Black and Manny Franco on to victory. Athenry got second narrowly over the late closing Feathers Road.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
The horses are coming out now for the 9th race, the Grade 3 Runhappy Stakes. It'll be run at 6 furlongs. There's exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagering. 7 minutes to post. 1 minute to post, 1 minute. The horses have reached the starting gate. Waiting now for Candyman Rocket, stage left, and Mr. Phil. There in the gate. And they're off in the Runhappy Stakes. Twisted Ride right out for the early lead. Candyman Rocket is on the outside, and Barron is down towards the rail. So three of them right together here in the early going. Mr. Phil sits just off of them in fourth. 2.5 lengths back to stage left, and down at the rail is the gray Drafted. Up front, Barron now has the lead by a head. Twisted Ride is on the outside in second, opening quarter mile 22 and 3/5 seconds. Candyman Rocket sits behind the front pair in third. It's almost 3 lengths back to the trio of Mr. Phil, Drafted, and in between horses is stage left. Up front, the battle continues between Barron and Twisted Ride, and the two of them hit the top of the stretch together. The half mile in a strong 45 seconds. It is Twisted Ride and Barron with Candyman Rocket bearing down on them now. Here comes Candyman Rocket on the outside. Twisted Ride continues to battle on. Barron is now back running in third. Stage left is in fourth. It is Candyman Rocket who rolls home in the Grade 3 Runhappy. Twisted Ride second. Stage left finished third. The final time was 1 minute, 9 1/5 seconds. Number 4, Candyman Rocket was first. Number 3, Twisted Ride second. Number 5, Stage Left finished third. Number 1, Drafted was fourth. The results unofficial. 4-3-5-1. Number 4 is Candyman Rocket, a 5-year-old dark Bear Brown horse by Candy Ride. Out of Kenny Lane by Forestry. Candyman Rocket, owned by Frank Fletcher Racing Operations, trained by Belmont, and the jockey Junior Alvarado. Race 9 official. The exacta pays $30.25. The double, $20.70. Trifecta, $58.37. The superfecta, $37.35. Pick 3, $291. Winner Circle presentation now to trainer Belmont and jockey Junior Alvarado. The connections for Candyman Rocket. In the 10th race, we have a jockey change at number 5, Trying My Heart Out, to Eric Consell. Eric Consell is on the 5. There's exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagering. Race 10 in 25 minutes at 5:50. And they're off in the Runhappy Stakes. Twisted Ride right out for the early lead. Candyman Rocket is on the outside, and Barron is down towards the rail. So three of them right together here in the early going. Mr. Phil sits just off of them in fourth. 2.5 lengths back to stage left, and down at the rail is the gray Drafted. Up front, Barron now has the lead by a head. Twisted Ride is on the outside in second, opening quarter mile 22 and 3/5 seconds. Candyman Rocket sits behind the front pair in third. It's almost 3 lengths back to the trio of Mr. Phil, Drafted, and in between horses is Stage Left. Up front, the battle continues between Barron and Twisted Ride, and the two of them hit the top of the stretch together. The half mile in a strong 45 seconds. It is Twisted Ride and Barron with Candyman Rocket bearing down on them now. Here comes Candyman Rocket on the outside. Twisted Ride continues to battle on. Barron is now back running in third. Stage Left is in fourth. It is Candyman Rocket who rolls home in the Grade 3 Runhappy. Twisted Ride second. Stage Left finished third. The final time was 1 minute, 9 1/5 seconds.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.